Klingons
Did we lose
needed.
R1 in the switchover? I can't continue to yell at him if he's not in the room. I
Yeah,
apologize for raising my voice. I don't know what it is with R1. He gets me a little riled up. If I was to pick something that gets me riled up, it's probably R1.
well,
You're
we
in
talk
you can
about
get
I think it's because I'm a Jew lover. I love Jews. I love Jews. I'm gonna change my avatar to have like a big star of David just to freak everybody out. Be
well.
like, yeah, I'm a Zionist. What's up? I'm just kidding. I'm not a
I don't
Zionist.
know. If you want to emphasize that you love Jews, you should show a picture of a circumcised penis.
Oh, no, Naughty
Oh,
would
you're
love
right.
that.
Oh, how about Rabbi sucking the penis? That would be a better picture, I would like to think, if you're gonna go there.
R1, we can hear you, but you're not in the hangout. Jump over.
You know, like, I mean, if you're gonna talk about circumcised penises and the Jewish religion and everything else,
R1, the link is in the sidebar text chat.
All of a sudden, Zionism appeals to me. I'm stealing that quote from Bikini News from live video.
R1, go over to the new one. The link is in the sidebar text chat.
I want to know, why do R1 you think it's so wrong if schools were to teach such a... I'm pretty sure they're not going to mean, as soon as they go into sex education, they're not going to give personal demonstrations. Or, I mean, I had sex ed, and they perfectly fine. Well, from what I could tell, they explained in a very neutral manner that, hey, you know, there are several things about sex you should need to know about. There are STDs. You gotta watch out for those. Be careful. Be safe, and you don't regret it. There wasn't anybody going, okay, now we're gonna talk about ass fucking. Who would like to volunteer? And everybody would raise their hand. Oh, we're gonna start. Oh, I know Nadia would, but I'm sure you're a little bit too old for that to go into elementary school educations at this point, Nadia, I'm afraid.
Seawater, you really need to see Monty Python's The Meaning of Life.
Actually,
Because
also
they have
briefly point out to Deidre, the live meme Hangout plugin, is it? Or Hangout app, or whatever it is how I got the I Love Jews there, so you can keep that for yourself.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because you got that, you installed that pretty quick, pretty damn quick. It was like instant.
I love me some Jews.
Oh, we need to broadcast R1.
Yeah, get around to it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I don't seem to have. I can.
Let me see if I can. Hang on.
neutral manner.
It says present, but not broadcast.
There's all things about sex you should need to know about.
There you go. You're up, R1.
Just be careful, be safe, and you don't regret it. There wasn't anybody get, okay.
Hey, I hear myself speak, which is always wrong.
You have a good voice, Seawater. I'll give you that.
I should be teaching sex to kids.
Oh boy.
No, you know what? You know what though? Like, let's get real. Most of us are not comfortable talking about sex with our parents. A good portion of us, and I don't think that's necessarily good or right, and that should probably change. But I got to tell you that I could have benefited from sex education because, like, my parents were not comfortable talking about it. And it was really awkward and freaky, scary for me. Like, I couldn't really. Like, if I was to come up with a question, or heaven forbid, if I had done something, I wouldn't have felt safe to go talk to my parents. Like, sometimes it's helpful when you're in that awkward stage, especially 13 to 16 years old, or actually 13 to 17 years old, between that awkward stage of adolescence. It's sometimes good to talk to a neutral party.
Well, yeah, well, you know, unfortunately, yes, in that respect, I'm not going to say I don't agree with you that if your parents are fucking retarded and they don't know how to talk to you and relate to you as a human being, even
As
even
most
though you,
parents, it seems to be, especially religious
yeah,
ones.
well, unfortunately, yes, unfortunately, that's the case. However, that I blame the parents for that. I still don't think that the government should be telling kids about sex. I still think it should be placed on the responsibility should be on the parents. And
Basic
this is
sex ed,
something
though. I mean, really
well, no,
basic
this is
stuff.
something. Okay, well, no, look, okay, wait, I
Where
don't
did
need to talk.
babies come from? Stuff, you know, like that's not
Okay, well,
necessarily bad. Or prophylactics, birth
okay, well,
control. I don't think that's a
yeah,
bad thing.
The parents always drop
R1,
the ball.
R1, R1, R1. How was I supposed to talk about sex? Was I supposed to say, hi, mommy, daddy, you know that, vagina thing? Well, maybe you ought to give me advice on what surgeon so I can get one. And in the meantime, how about that butt sex? Let's see exactly how guys
well,
actually
okay, I'll give you an answer to that. I'll give you an
get
answer.
right up inside my butt. Am I supposed to tell that to mom and dad?
Okay, I'll give you an answer to that. I'll give you an answer to that. Okay, my answer to that is okay. I am a parent. I have a daughter. And when I was growing up myself, okay, um, being around, of course, adults, whether they were my parents or other adults, I always, I don't know, I've had like, I don't know, let's say a sharper intellect maybe than most people, and I've always felt that I got talked down to.
Wait. Did you just say you have a sharper intellect than most people? I just want to double check that because, like, I don't run around saying that, so I'm very interested why you are. But continue.
Okay, anyways, that doesn't matter. I don't care what you think. It's not the point. In the sense that I realized very, early on, when I was around adults and they were talking about whatever things, and I understood what they were talking about. Like, let's say, like I felt I had something to contribute. Like let's say when I was around, 9, 10 years old, not when I was 5 or 6, but. And then I always get pushed to the side. Oh, you're just a fucking stupid kid. Fuck you. Like we don't want to hear you. We don't want to hear you. We don't want to hear anything you have to say. Right?
But seriously, R1, let's get to the point. How do I break the ice with my parents talking about butt sex?
Yeah.
Me
Well,
being a active partner in anal sex.
Yeah.
how do you
I can
break
just see it. Nadia going to her parents and saying, "Listen, I want to be a catcher."
Okay, well,
What's the best way
I'll ask
matter,
the question. At what age were you saying you would be doing that?
their discussion of, say, the penis, it's like, okay, well, how do I get that turned into a vagina? Are they going to answer that one?
How old would you have been when you were would you have had that conversation with your parents? 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16?
Well, I suppose at the age of puberty.
They kind of,
Between 13 and 16, probably, right, Nadia?
well, there was kind of an incident with a pocket knife where, I tried to do things for myself.
Oh shit!
Around the time. So,
Ooh.
That got heavy.
How old were you when that happened?
9.
Okay, so right then, for
You were a
Nadia, it would be
cutter?
9 years old.
You were a cutter when you were 9?
No, this is beyond that.
Well, I don't see beyond being a cutter at age 9. That's a lot earlier than most cutters.
Nadia, you did self-harm to your genital area, is what you're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Nadia, suffering from dysphoria at a very young age, before you would think it would kick in, where you would assume something like that might kick in because we don't know any better, us people, we would say maybe that would happen between 13 and 16 when you were adolescent, you have all these feelings. But for Nadia, it happened as early as 9.
Well, you have, what is it? Far younger cases in the news and such. So.
Like a newborn baby with a pocket knife?
No.
Really, Seawater?
Goo goo gaga, ow!
If you're going to come up with a joke,
10 or so is not atypical for attempts at all that, and for otherwise transitioning in some way, there's you got 5 and 6-year-olds going around.
If anyone's going to come up with a joke about that, they should at least say, her parents gave her too many boxes of Wheaties as a child.
I don't think I could make a joke about it because, like, when I hear Nadia's story of being willing to harm yourself in that way because this isn't the body that I should have been born with, these feelings happening so early, that's pretty, I mean, that's pretty intense, and in a way I can't even fathom it. Just in my own mind, I can hear the story, but as far as understanding it from my own limited emotional sources, like, I don't quite grasp it. But I would say this, wouldn't it have been beneficial, Nadia, if you had had an adult or a counselor available to talk about these feelings early? Maybe somebody that wasn't as, maybe a neutral person.
Well, things of that form that were available, I guess, one way to describe it, were not terribly helpful.
Well, I'd like to still hear R1's response. We didn't get a response from him to the
Anyway,
question.
yeah. So, yeah, you got a small problem there. If you don't have someone there, well, what are mommy and daddy going to know about this?
Let's see, mommy and daddy are ridiculously staunch Catholics in the state of Florida. Yeah, that's fucked up from the start.
My parents have been slut shaming me for years.
Well, I mean, some of that was going on too.
Well, again, this is the challenge with when it comes to parents and children is I feel that parents don't treat their children like human beings. They look when you're a child. It's been my experience, anyways. I don't know about anyone else. I'm only speaking from my experience, but I've always felt, like I was saying, is that even though, like, let's say I was listening to adult conversations and I felt just in a certain sense I felt I had something to offer, whatever, to say something, and then if I did, it was always like, well, you're just a fucking stupid kid, fuck you. Like, it was like it was kind of demeaning, and that's wrong, because yes, even though I was young, I am a human being. It doesn't matter. Maybe I lack a little bit of experience, maturity, whatever, but I'm still a human being. There's no reason for somebody to talk down to me. And so I learned from that experience. For example, like with my daughter, I never, even when she was 5, 6 years old, I never ever talked down to her. I never, like, oh, you're just a fucking stupid kid or whatever. I talked to her as a human being, as a person. I've always done that. Uh, I've never ever talked down to her, like, as like, oh, you're just a kid and you don't know anything.
What do you have if you had a daughter like me?
Well, you know what? I can't speak to that, honestly. I don't know. I mean, you know, if my daughter said, well, she wished that she had a penis and this and that or whatever, she felt like she wasn't, born in the wrong body, whatever, this and that, what have you. If she came to me and said that to me, shared that with me, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I didn't go through that experience, so I can't say what I would do. I want to think that if that did happen, what's that?
That would have been your son.
Well, okay, well, fair enough, whatever. But I'm saying, since I have not gone through that experience, I don't know what I would have done. I'd like to believe, again, of course, whatever, maybe I'm flattering myself. I like to believe that I would have been understanding. I would have talked to her, him, whatever, and treated him, as a human being, and talked about that, with her, and
But
and tried to understand
let
what
me
she
guess.
was feeling, and so on
If
and
you
so on.
had a daughter like me, born, well, I don't know if I have XY chromosomes, but at the very least a penis. Um, well, what kind of sexual education do I get?
Well,
I mean, am
well,
I am
yeah, that's
I supposed to be educated on how to pick a part I don't want to have into people?
We don't even have proper education for heteros at this point, like for sex. Like it's pretty sketch as it is. It's like it's improving, but as far as transgender, you guys are unfortunately probably got the biggest like short end of the stick. Oh, that probably doesn't make sense saying it that way. You guys have the shortest end of the stick, pretty much. Um, because from my understanding, you're the smallest group. There's more bisexuals. There's more homosexuals. There's more straight people. So again, Nadia does have a point. If you are sexually not typical or even asexual, people that are asexual are not typical either. And they wonder if there's something seriously wrong with themselves. These kids struggle, like, I don't feel anything. I'm not attracted to anybody. And even as adults, an asexual person sometimes will be confronted by other people. Um, what is so
well,
harmful about sexual education? I mean, I'm not saying like they should be like, here is a bunch of anal toys, go at it. Nothing crazy like that, but basic sexual education. This is how you try to limit your exposure to disease. This is contraception. This is how your body works. These are the names of these things. How is that really bad?
I'm
well,
on.
I don't say I'm not saying that if it's bad, but I mean, my problem is that this is the thing when they introduce this in school, then parents feel, well, I don't have to talk to my kids about this stuff. Oh, the government is going to do it, right? In the school, they're going to educate them and whatever. I mean, ultimately, yes, you can make the argument that if you have retarded fucking parents that will never talk to their kids about sex and anything else, then it's probably better that at least they get something, in so-called the government educational system. They get taught something about sex, about biology, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. You could get pregnant if you're having fucking sex or a disease or something like this. Yeah, I'm not saying that in itself is a bad thing. All I'm saying is that when you introduce that, then a lot of parents will probably feel like, well, you know what, my kid is going to get sex education in school, so, well, fuck, I don't have to talk to them about it.
Well,
Oh, and that's
No,
where I
You know,
think
no.
morality comes in. Like as a parent, you have this chance to kind of shape your kid's morality in some way, whatever it be. And that can be debatable and contended with too. But like whether it's, I know secular parents that say to their kids, try to, you're gonna have these physical, biological urges. You're gonna meet somebody that you really like and you find attractive. Make it special. Do it with somebody that's special. And when you do it, be safe. I've heard parents kind of like, parents that are secular make these at least some sort of moral, influence, trying to help influence their kids for healthy reasons, for emotional reasons. I don't think that's bad, and I don't know if that's the school system's job to make it into an ethics class, whether it be religious or secular.
well,
But I do think,
yeah.
being knowing how your body works, knowing about contraceptions, knowing about how to limit your exposure to disease, I think those are really basic things that should be taught. I don't think that's a bad, harmful thing.
And
No,
I
I don't.
think
And any
it's
parent that devolves the rest of their responsibility thinking that the school are going to do it is the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem.
And
Yeah,
but schools don't. But any parent that does that, that then the idea that there shouldn't be that sort of education because idiot parents might think, well, I don't have to do anything. Well, that's not an argument against having sex education in school.
I wouldn't. I mean, well, I think it would be great. And you're calling, well, if the parents are fucking retarded, they don't fuck. Well, maybe it's not exactly because they're retarded. Maybe because they don't know everything about sexuality because they aren't trained experts. I would like. Wouldn't it be great, or at least a positive in a way, if a kid asked their parents that, hey, I'm feeling this weird kind of thing. I feel I'm this one gender, but I feel like I have to be another. What's that about? And if the parents don't know about that, the parents might go, well, that's something that you should probably ask your sex expert at your school, who knows all about the biology, the psychology, the nicks and crannies of the whole sexual spectrum, and they know what they're talking about,
Yeah.
and the kid can go up to them and ask about what's going on, and they can evaluate it, like, with psychiatrists.
I don't think there needs to be a sex expert at school, but you can take your child can go and see the family doctor or go to the local hospital and ask, or there's so many, we've got the internet. There's so many other things. I don't think.
How about we, we place responsibility on the people that the responsibility belongs to, which are the fucking goddamn fucking parents. If you bring a life into this world, I'm sorry, but then even if you're not educated about parenting, whatever, then fucking smarten the fuck up. Why the fuck should there be somebody else fucking teaching your child about anything? You know, I mean, it's okay. Academically, I know academically it's tough in this day and age. Where we're talking about.
Okay, well then do away with economics lessons and cooking at school. Your parents.
I've got some anecdotal evidence.
So I mean, we know that some parents are not responsible enough to
A lot of parents.
so there has to be a fallback position, or at least the basics taught at school, so the child isn't completely.
Well, then fuck it. Then I'm about. Then if we're gonna go that route, then I'll be about giving people a license to have fucking kids. And though I'm an anarchist, which I kind of don't really buy into that, but then fuck it. Then if you are an irresponsible human being, and if you're gonna bring a child into this world, and you're not willing to take the time and everything else to educate
we
them,
also know that some parents weren't taught themselves when they were children,
You're anti-sexual.
and have grown up not necessarily irresponsible, but they've grown up ignorant.
Then they shouldn't have children, I guess.
Well, yes, well that's easy. It's easy to say, though, isn't it? They shouldn't have children. You can't enforce it. Unfortunately, stupid people have children. Irresponsible people have children. Racist people have children and pass on that sorts of. So where are you going to draw the line?
And plus, these are the people you're also rebelling against, and the stuff they say usually goes in one ear and right out the other. So it's probably, they might think you're telling them all this stuff for ulterior motive or the wrong reasons. So if you take a party that's has no interest in their personal life and gives them information, it might settle a little bit better than coming from the parent.
And the other thing is humiliation. For some kids, it's like, ooh, gross dad, ooh, gross dad, ooh, gross mom, ooh, gross mom. Like some kids are
so much lag.
That becomes a social contract. Look, all this stuff is social. Okay, look, listen, guys. I don't mean to interrupt and cut anyone off, but this is gross. This is that. This is whatever, and people are being uncomfortable to talk to their children about sex or whatever.
Kids are uncomfortable with their parents.
Well, no, it's
yes.
not.
It is. Yes, I'm sorry. It is that.
Look, Mom, I just had sex today. What do I do, Mom? A lot of parents will flip their lid.
Was it with a banana, darling?
Even the most responsible parent, some of their kids are like, oh, I don't want to hear my parents say things about blowjobs or hand jobs or vagina. Some kids are just unhappy, not comfortable with hearing their parents explain things like that. So it's not just the parents that have the problem. And some children or teenagers are more comfortable with talking about such things with other adults other than their parents.
They won't talk to other adults about their intimate details. Not really.
Hey,
either. Okay, look. Look. As
I've done work
people,
in that field, so I know for a fact they do.
I've done work in that field too.
I did. I was
with.
I've worked with youth for 15 years, and I'll tell you the majority of parents that are religious, particularly, are not.
Who have you done the work with, R1?
Anyone interested in a case example?
What agency have you done that sort of work with?
Yeah, is anyone?
I haven't done that with any agency. I've just known a lot of young people that have trusted me and shared a lot of things with me. Yeah. They shared things with me they would never share with their parents, obviously, right?
Which was what I just said, and you disagreed with. I said teenagers are some of them are more comfortable talking to another adult other than their parents about things like sex.
But no, it wasn't. But wait, it wasn't because I was an adult. Okay, it was because, like I said before, I don't look down on somebody that the reason I, let's say, earned their trust wasn't out of anything false.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about, as Deirdre said,
it's trust.
Teenagers that are uncomfortable with hearing their own parents say certain words or talk about certain things.
Okay, but
so
teenagers
it still
boils down to trust. It boils down to trust.
No, it's not about trust. We're talking. Deirdre said clearly.
I'm not gonna. If I don't trust you, I'm not
some teenagers. No. Some teenagers trust their parents. They're just simply uncomfortable with hearing their parents talk about sex or say certain sexual or biological words, and don't want to hear it. It's like thinking about.
Am I lagging behind by more than 10 minutes?
It's like, I don't know where you are. You're in the twilight zone.
It's like thinking about your grandparents having sex or thinking about your parents having sex. Some kids are just uncomfortable with that thought.
I have a case in point to offer. I mean, all right, here's how I learned about sex. Penthouse magazine. And then, of course, there was sex ed in school.
Same here.
And my graduating class was rather small, approximately 100 people. And by that time, no fewer than 3 were already pregnant. And within a year of graduation, a few more popped out children. So that's basically how things worked out.
And when you try to ask these kids that end up pregnant, like there were these 2 girls that were in a youth group, and they were like, "Oh, purity ring! I'm not gonna have sex till I'm married," and blah blah blah, and they bragged and bragged and bragged, and I was like. And I wanted to talk to them, but I was limited. Hang on, I was limited on how much I could say because I worked at church, and so I remember telling the pastor we need to get parents' permission to talk about sex or something because these kids are gonna do something. And sure enough, those girls ended up pregnant. And when I kind of asked and pried in their head well, why didn't you use a condom? They were like. Because then I would be planning on sinning, and that's worse. like literally, they knew we weren't supposed to do it. I don't quite understand how it works. Oh my gosh, I didn't know you could get pregnant the first time, and they have a Juno incident, or the second or third time. They think you have to do it for a year or something. I don't know what they're thinking. But that being said, I mean, yes, there's some girls that try to trap boys and stuff like that. But then that being said, if we made it less awkward for kids and if we made it so that maybe contraceptives were available for young people that are in their adolescence and stuff like that, maybe we'd have less abortions. Maybe we'd have more responsibility. Maybe we'd have less disease. I mean, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there that I believe in, teaching responsibility. And sometimes, well, let's put it this way, the parents have been failing for quite a while on that. And so...
I'm more, though I'm not religious or whatever, I think that really even if the school is, even if the school is involved, if the government is involved, my problem is that, you know, as society as a large, especially now with the internet, like I had my daughter's girlfriend. She's 14 and she's like sucking dick, you know, and she's telling me this, and I didn't want to know this. Like I'm like, don't fucking tell me that. I don't want to know, uh, you know. But because you know I am the way I am, and she just had, you know, she trusted me, whatever. She's sharing this shit with me, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You're 14 and you're sucking dick. Like, no, I don't want to know this. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, but it's becoming like a societal thing, you know.
So she came to you, and came to you thinking she should trust you to tell you, and you told her you don't want to know.
No, I told her what I told her. I didn't say I don't want to know. I said what I said to her was, I said, I think that's wrong. I said you shouldn't be doing that. That is what I told her.
More responsibility. Maybe we'd have less disease. I mean,
it's not even about disease. It's not even about disease. It's just
playback.
I would have said more, not rather you shouldn't be doing it. I would have, because she's probably going to carry on doing it anyway.
Well, yeah, she's.
Might have said, look, you know, if it's not a good idea at your age. However, if you're going to continue doing it, then you should know this and this and this.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, you can say that, but I mean, then if she tells me that, you know, her boyfriend's dad is a drug dealer and this and that, and then you know, it leads all to the and I can say whatever I want, you know.
Yeah, most 14-year-olds telling them they shouldn't do something or they mustn't do something is usually they want to do it.
I'm going to touch the boat, and Nemo, remember, I'm going to touch the boat. There's the line. Yeah. I'm going to cross it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but see that stems from, you know, even you know, and like she's not a bad person. I'm not judging her, even though she's, you know, whatever she was pretty much 15, but it's not the point. The point is, then of course also you know, she shared a lot of with me, or you know, her like relationship with her dad, because I've known her for a really long time. When she was 6, her mom died of cancer, for example, right? So then after that, you know, I'm guessing, I didn't inquire, but you know, his dad probably got a life insurance payment of who knows how much, and you know, so he was like fucking 45 or whatever, so he had a 25-year-old girlfriend, and that was her stepmom now, and she hated her and had a really shitty relationship with her dad and everything else. So see, this is the thing again, it goes back to the fucking family, right? Like her behavior of doing these kinds of things is because, and then the person that she did admire, which was her older sister, she was in her 20s, and she was a fucking slut. She had fucking 3 boyfriends at one time, right?
Whoa, a slut.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry if you're a fucking woman and you got 3 boyfriends at one time. I'm gonna call you a slut. So this is the person that she looked up to. Right? Her oldest sister. What?
Okay, I want to know. Did you? Okay, the 14, 15-year-old who kept sucking dick and you told her you shouldn't do that. Did you give good reasons why she shouldn't do that? Did you explain it to her?
Yeah, I did.
What? What'd you tell her?
Probably told her she was a slut.
Oh no, yeah, that'll work.
No, I didn't tell her. I didn't tell her she was a slut. No, I didn't. Okay, look, you guys are kind of. Sometimes you guys are condescending assholes. No, I didn't tell her.
No, I just think the bandying around of words, like just because a girl's got three boyfriends makes her a slut. Really?
And really? She's fucking. So if a girl is fucking 3 guys at the same time, she's not a slut.
But if a man does it, he's sowing his wild oats, and that's fine.
No, he's a fucking slut too. No, I disagree with that as well. I'm not sexist in that sense. No.
So what about if all 4 knew about the fact that they, the other guys knew that the girl.
Well, I don't.
Had 3 men. They're not married. They're not in a committed relationship. No one's getting hurt.
What does that have anything to do with?
Why bandy words like slut around? How do you know she's having sex with all of them?
Well, that's what she told me. But anyways, maybe she
still doesn't make her a slut.
Why not? Why not?
Because why? Why does it make her a slut? It's a horrible word.
Well, okay, here we go again. This is about morality, right? Now, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. This is one thing that I don't know because I didn't ask. So maybe I made an assumption when she told me that. But maybe her sister told each one of those guys, "Hey, yeah, I'm fucking you, but I'm fucking 2 other guys as well while I'm fucking you." So if she did that, then that's fine. Okay, fair enough. Those guys decided that that's the relationship, they were in. However, she didn't tell them that, and they thought, oh, well, this is, the girl, I'm having an intimate relationship with, a monogamous relationship with. Then that obviously that makes her a fucking slut. Now, if she was honest and told the guys what was going on, then
so if she has sex with 3 men, if she's having sex with 3 men at the same time and they know she's not a slut, but if she doesn't tell them, she's a slut.
Well, yeah, because it's a lie. It's a deception.
Then that makes her a liar.
It's like it's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing.
No,
look, if you meet a woman, okay, and she says she loves you, okay?
Yeah.
And you believe it. Okay, you believe it. All right. Okay, so you make certain decisions, blah blah blah, based on that. However, what she said is obviously a lie.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Doesn't make her a slut, makes her a liar.
Oh, makes her a liar. Okay, so we don't. Okay, so I don't know.
What makes you a slut?
Question.
Doesn't what make you a slut is someone who is sexually promiscuous? Isn't that what a slut is?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Right. So.
I don't know what these guys are arguing with me about. Is it whether you tell somebody, tell you, whatever. And no, I'm gonna assume out of the 3 guys that she was fucking at the same time, at least probably one of them. She's a pretty good looking chick. I met her sister. I would have fucked her, whatever. But not being the point.
You slut.
But now, yeah.
But R1, you still didn't answer the question. When the 15, 14-year-old told you she was sucking dick, you told her she shouldn't do that. What were the reasons you told her why she shouldn't be doing that?
The reasonings? The thing is, I maybe, I'm not that obviously that young, and for me, anything to do with sex, if there is nothing emotionally attached to that, it's meaningless. It's like masturbation. It doesn't have any meaning to it, and and that's what I tried to explain to her is that like if you don't, because the way that she was kind of talking to me, it was all very casual, it was just like just a thing you did. It's like it was almost like it was a handshake, it's like if I met you and I shook your hand, and the way she was describing this shit to me, it was like kind of like, well, whatever, just like whatever.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? If sex seems like a casual talking subject to her. Or what? It isn't. Okay,
because it's fucking wrong. I mean, this is the whole fucking problem with everything is that with the physical. Well, no, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. I am, like I said, I'm kind of old school. That yes, I've had. I'm not gonna say I'm pious or whatever. I've not indulged in the fucking one night stand or whatever. I've never done that. I'm not gonna tell you that I'm fucking so pious in that. But I can say one thing: the times that I have had a one night stand, which is not very often, it's been like probably 2-3 times in my life that has happened. And every time that it has happened, I fucking regretted it because it's meaningless. It's nothing. It's a step up from fucking masturbation. It has no meaning. I myself personally, when I have physical intimacy with somebody, I do want to feel something for that person. I want to care about them. I want to love them, or whatever. And maybe that sounds fucking cheesy. Whatever. It doesn't work in the world as it is now, but that's the way I am. And so, yeah, that's what I was trying to get across to her is that, well, you know what? Why would you do that? I mean, because she didn't fucking love any of these guys, even as a young woman. I knew she didn't. It was just like she was just going through the motion. Well, I have a boyfriend, whatever, blah blah blah, and it's just something that she thought she was expected to do, and all this kind of crap. And yeah, so whatever. That's the point. And whatever. I don't know if that stuck with her, whatever. But yeah. So I did tell her those things. But
was it an uncomfortable conversation?
No, actually, no. It wasn't an uncomfortable conversation because I don't know. It's like talking to you guys when I talk to her, because like I said, I felt I was talking.
You know her since she was a child, so she felt she was comfortable to talk to you. You were like an uncle to her in a way, probably.
Well, okay, well, whatever I was, but I was being honest with her and truthful with her, in what I felt. So I don't know.
I'm interested to know that you've got seem to have some sort of moral or in relation to sex, but you don't. But you're an anarchist you class yourself as an anarchist. What about if? Well, that was a different subject, but I've heard you say about you don't think there should be any laws, and you should be able to drive your motorcycle as fast as you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, and yet you're quite opposite when it comes to other things.
Well, okay, all right. When it comes to something like like a relationship with another human being, well, yeah, that's morality. Riding my motorcycle, and then see, now you go on to this whenever you want, whatever you want. No, I don't agree with that. If I'm in rush hour traffic, am I gonna ride my motorcycle at 200 kilometers an hour through rush hour traffic?
Well,
no, absolutely not.
Because
absolutely
you can't,
not.
but you would if you could. You said so yourself before.
No, I wouldn't. First of all, for one simple reason. First of all, I don't want to harm or injure another human being. Second of all, if it came to a high volume of traffic and riding my bike at a ridiculous speed, the reason I wouldn't want to do that is, first of all, I don't trust other drivers, because then they would potentially kill me. So no, there is conditions on freedom of when you're doing something, using your God-given judgment at a certain situation to do what you're doing.
God-given? Well,
for a lack of a better term, yeah, I'll use that term. Yeah, God-given. Yes. Because whatever I've done, anything in my life, even riding my bike, I have two things in mind. First thing in mind, obviously, is I don't want to die. Whether I'm going fast or not is not the point. So that's the first thing, preserving my own pathetic fucking life. Now the second thing is I don't want to harm or injure another human being. So those are the two things that are always in my mind whatever I do, right? Whether it's riding my bike, etc., etc.
Yeah, so, but you said before that you don't believe that speeding should be a thing. It'd be
well, no, it shouldn't be a thing. Why? I mean, the whole. Okay, now we're getting into now you're bringing me into a different realm of things where you're talking about you're talking about pre-crime. Okay, so given, let's say,
no, not pre-crime. I'm not talking about pre-crime.
Well, it is pre-crime. It is pre-crime because
no, it's not.
Well, absolutely, it is.
How can speeding be? You only get fined if you commit the offence.
Well, it's a pre-crime, though. Well, that's a legal opinion. That's some asshole's opinion.
Well, you don't. You can't get fined for doing 80 miles an hour in a 40 if you're only doing 40. It's not a pre-crime.
It is pre-crime. Look, man, what the fuck? Well, look.
How is it pre-crime?
Don't tell me. Please don't tell me.
You're only fined. You're only punished if you commit the offence.
What offence? Going against what? What harm? Okay, look, if I sped and I didn't do anything... But you just said you don't want to harm others. Okay, I don't care if I was doing 500 fucking miles an hour down the road. If I didn't harm or injure another human being, what crime did I commit?
Okay, then, so we've had this...
Yeah,
see,
we had this conversation, so I don't know why we're having it again.
Because your morals are all over the place. Because you're saying that certain things sexually should be wrong, or you're telling a 14-year-old.
I'm speaking morally.
You said you've told a 14-year-old.
That's morality. That's okay. Well, no, look. Please, with all due respect. Okay, I'm talking about morals. Okay.
Right, and the reason they're speeding.
Now, if you're bringing it into speeding, now we're talking about legal opinion.
No, we're not. We're talking about the same morals that
we're not.
You don't use excess speed because you don't want to harm another human being.
Yeah, so I make a judgment as a human being. Like I said, if there's quote unquote a lot of traffic or whatever, I'm not gonna do 200 kilometers an hour down the road. Why? Why would I do that? I wouldn't.
Probably can't, but what I'm saying
is... No, I probably could. Trust me, I can ride a bike well enough. I could fucking do that.
But then you just said as long as you don't harm anyone, where's the problem?
Yeah, but I wouldn't. But
part of it is potential.
Well, yeah, there's a potential, but then I, as a human being, again, being in that situation, doing what I'm doing, I assess things for myself and go, hey, if I wanted to go fast or whatever, in this situation, do I want to do that? Given these sort of factors, blah blah blah, harming myself, others, etc., etc. In this situation with all this traffic, do I want to do that? Even if I could.
Well, even without the traffic,
do I want to do that? No. Do I want to do that?
We're not talking about the traffic.
No.
We're not talking about the traffic situation. We're talking about you've got an open road ahead of you, and the speed limit is 50. Your attitude is you should be able to do double that if you think it's safe to do so.
Absolutely.
But
why not?
Because there's a possibility that just around the next bend, or someone else in a vehicle just around the corner or up the road is going to pull out in front of you. So that excess speed could cause problems for other people, or other people could involve you in an accident.
With all due respect, first of all,
it could happen at 50 miles an hour. That could happen at the
speed. It could at any speed. But however, for example, when I was doing that, it was at like 3 a.m. And for example, like let's say late at night when I would ride my bike, I would go down the road at a relatively what you would call a safe speed. Make sure, and where I rode, there was no intersections. There was really no traffic lights. This is like in what you call the River Valley here. It's not a residential area. It's not a commercial area. There's nothing. There's no houses. There's fuck all. And at 3 a.m. there's nobody down there. But even despite that, I would go one way up the road, make sure that there's nobody parked anywhere. There's nothing, whatever. And so coming back the other way. I would, let's say, speed, right? And my only worry was about hitting a fucking coyote, really, not a person or a car or anything else, because on a weekday night at 3 a.m. down that road, there is nobody there, okay? That's just the way. And I also went the other way and checked it to make sure there's nobody there. So I obviously give a shit and take care of, when I'm going to do something like that, I'm not going to go through traffic, I'm not blasting through a red light at 100 miles an hour or some stupid crazy shit like that. So you're kind of mistaking even when I say that you think that I'm kind of an irresponsible idiot.
You've explained it a bit better today. Obviously, I can appreciate in those circumstances, but obviously, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
and if a police officer caught you at 3 a.m. he's probably more than likely to say, "Well, there's no one around. Just give you a warning." But yeah.
Well, it's a long story of what happened.
You're pretty much evaluating the risk you're taking depending on the circumstances.
Yeah. But then don't complain if you've taken that risk and a cop does stop you, even at 3 a.m.
Oh no, I'm not.
Gives you a ticket.
Right.
No, I'm not complaining, because eventually what wound up happening is. I made a video. It's on my YouTube channel, and from that video, the cops, even though it wasn't a big deal, it wasn't like I didn't do anything really stupid or anything. But
you didn't video yourself breaking the law and put it on YouTube, did you?
Well, no, I actually didn't video breaking the law. It was just me riding down the road, whatever. And
filming a speedometer.
But the thing is, the media picked it for whatever reason. I did when I
hang on a second. Did you film yourself while riding your bike?
Not myself, just the road.
So you were using a camera whilst riding a motorcycle?
Yeah, unfortunately.
So and you don't think that's in any way irresponsible or?
Well, you know, in hindsight, yeah,
And then you complained about and then you put it on YouTube, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I'm not complaining about it, but hey, I'm not complaining. I haven't complained about it.
No,
the only thing that I'm complaining about is the video that I did post. It was just to share with people I knew. For example, my brother, though, he happened to post it on Facebook and whatever. And for some weird fucking reason, the next day, somebody in the media got a fucking hold of it here in my fucking city, right? And so the next morning, I'm on the fucking news, right? And then so of course the media, not even the cops, the media is like. Later, I found this out. They went to the police chief. Hey, look here, look, this guy's writing this like this, blah blah blah. What are you gonna do about it? Whatever. So they fucking hacked my YouTube channel over a traffic ticket because basically, even if they could have proved that it was me writing, what the ticket they could have given me was what you call here is careless driving, right? And which is just a traffic ticket. So. Over a traffic ticket, apparently the cops have a right to fucking hack your YouTube channel and find out who you are, et cetera, et cetera. So after that, they were following me. You know, for almost.
I would think they probably contacted YouTube and said they're investigating potential crime, and YouTube would have been obliged to hand over.
Yeah, but there was no warrant. I mean, they didn't have a warrant. That's bullshit.
Don't need one.
Right? Because they didn't commit a crime. I mean, it's a traffic.
Doesn't matter. The police are legally entitled to ask for information if they are investigating a crime.
But it wasn't a crime. Crime. That's my point. It wasn't a crime.
Investigating a potential crime or suspicion of a crime.
What? There wasn't even no. Come on. Realistically, there wasn't even a suspicion of it. What crime? You can.
Well, what happens is if someone goes to the police and makes a complaint and says this guy could be driving dangerously or could have committed a crime or maybe committing a crime, the police are legally entitled to approach agencies such as mobile phone companies, in your case, YouTube,
look,
and obtain footage.
Listen. I talked to the cops. After whatever, everything is all said and done and whatever. Yeah, and then the prosecutor and the prosecutor, so-called, the prosecutor looked at the footage and he said, okay, well, basically, like I said, after kind of everything, I got to talk to the cops. And the prosecutor told the cops, well, you know what, even if you can get this guy, well, the only thing I can charge this guy with is careless driving. Okay, nothing criminal. Okay, a traffic ticket. Okay, when the prosecutor just looked at the video. Okay, so it's not about potential criminal anything. Okay, the prosecutor already told the cops.
No, I think you misunderstand. When police are investigating something, whether it's criminal or not, they have the power to ask certain agencies to hand over things like records.
Why? Why do they have that power?
Because it's gathering evidence. If they think that
evidence of what?
Right.
For a traffic ticket?
Listen, it may well be that there are other crimes that they can uncover. When someone is suspected of drug dealing, for instance, they may not.
Wait.
Now, let me finish. What the police have a duty to do is investigate complaints or investigate suspicions. So you are arrested on suspicion of, and then they go and gather the evidence, and if there's enough evidence, they charge you with a crime, and you'll then take it to court for it. So if someone has gone to the police, whether it's someone local to you or the press or wherever, they've gone to the police and said, we think this guy may have committed an offence, whether it's criminal or otherwise. The police then have to gather evidence before they charge you with something. They are legally entitled to go to agencies such as mobile phone companies to obtain records, or anywhere else to obtain records. And so they wouldn't have had to hack your YouTube account. YouTube would have been under legal obligation to hand over.
Okay, but with again, okay, but here's the other thing.
I'm just explaining how the system works. I'm not explaining whether I'm not saying
well, no, if
it's wrong or right.
If the system, again, okay, fair enough. If the system works like that, then you have no privacy, because somebody just has to make an allegation, and then the cops can just do whatever they want.
Well, first,
and then the other point is, first of all, even the video that I made. Basically, the camera is on the side of my bike. The only thing you can basically see is my fucking front wheel. Okay, so there's no fucking. You can't see my speed. You can't see me. You really can't even see my bike. Okay, so I mean, good fucking luck. That in and of itself, even if they could never prove that it was me.
I'm not discussing the morals or the rights.
Just because it was on my YouTube channel.
I wasn't explaining the morals. Or defending the morals or lack of them. I was merely explaining what powers the police have, so they wouldn't have hacked your YouTube account. They would have gone to YouTube and said, "We are investigating this matter. We want the footage." That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm explaining.
Well, they didn't need to ask for the. They didn't need to ask for the footage. The footage was there. I'm talking about when I say. I don't mean that they hacked my YouTube channel, like they went on the computer and they did all of this shit. Yeah, they just asked fucking YouTube, "Oh, well, give us this guy's IP address and blah blah blah. We want," right. And YouTube should have said, "No, do you have a warrant?"
They don't need a warrant. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Exactly. So therefore, when you do anything on the net, you have no privacy, right? Because somebody just has to make an allegation of something that you did, whether you did it or not. Maybe you did it. Maybe you didn't do it. Mm-hmm. And you just make the allegation, and therefore, without any probable cause, based on potentially on an unfounded allegation. The police can just have access to your private information, right? Your IP address,
not all of it. Not all of it. No,
not all of it. Enough to know who you are, obviously. In my case.
Well, they already knew that anyway, and obviously the specific allegation.
They didn't know who I was.
The initial allegation. Well, of course they would have found out who you were fairly quickly. The initial allegation was one of dangerous or careless driving. That's what they were investigating. So they went to YouTube and said, "Can we have what videos has the guy got? Has he got any videos of him on a bike?" And they said, YouTube would have said, "Yeah, there's one," and they would have handed it over.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't. Well, no. I'm sorry. They didn't need. No, I'm not talking about the video. The video was there. Anybody could have went and looked at my video. This is not the point. They didn't need to ask for the video.
Okay, well, maybe they thought there may have been other evidence or other videos. That's what they were probably
every video, whatever I had posted on my YouTube channel, everybody, it was for public view, so anybody could have looked at it.
You could have had unlisted or private videos.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
But the police didn't know that until they checked, which was the point of them probably going to YouTube to find out.
No, no. Well,
yes.
How did they? No. No. It's not about the videos. Okay, fine. If they check,
I know, but it just goes back to you saying a half an hour ago, the police hacked my YouTube account. All I'm doing is explaining to you they wouldn't have had to have hacked your account. Perhaps you used the wrong word.
Okay,
they would have had the power to ask YouTube to hand over details.
For no fucking reason. Reason.
The same as when children go missing sometimes, the police have the power to ask Facebook or Twitter or other social media to hand over details of an account so they can look at that social media account to find out if there are any clues as to why the child went missing.
No, that's fair enough. No,
that's what it's there for.
Listen. I have no problem. I have no problem with the police getting information where potentially, I mean, you're talking about child kidnapping, shit like that. Well, yeah, okay, I'm not against that. Of the police getting information about, somebody's account, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. When it relates to an actual crime, Okay, I don't.
But a
I
child
don't have
going
a problem
missing
with
wouldn't
that.
necessarily mean a crime has been committed. All there is a child's gone missing, so there's still no crime there, is there?
Well, I mean, well, no, not necessarily. I mean,
Right
I
then.
don't know.
No, exactly.
You
So
know,
is it the reason why there may have been an allegation made against you that you were a dangerous or reckless driver? So the police were trying to gather evidence to determine whether that was the case.
Yeah.
what evidence? No, it's not about evidence. Like I said, the evidence. My video was up there, so if they
Right.
wanted to use
Yes,
that,
but what
it
you're
was there.
listen. What you're failing to understand is, for whatever reason, is that your video was out there. We accept that. Your brother shared it on Facebook. We accept that. So, as far as the police are concerned, here they have a complaint of someone that could be driving recklessly, endangering life, whatever the complaint was, driving carelessly, and therefore you could be deemed to be a danger to road users and potentially cause a problem later on. So the police then would look at that one video and then think, where did that come from? It appears there's a YouTube account. They go and visit your YouTube channel, they can't see any other videos. However, they then go to YouTube in case you've got unlisted or private videos to find out if there are any others like those that would show that you do this sort of thing regularly and that you're not fit person to be on the road. And that you have committed offences. There could have been private or unlisted videos showing you doing a wheelie at 90 miles an hour down the road, endangering other people. So that's the reason the police do things like that. They gather evidence, investigate complaints. That's what they're there for.
Yeah. As a counterpoint, I'd like to point out that recording your motorcycle rides is not always a bad thing. For example, let's assume you're following the laws of the road and somebody cuts you off, you crash into them, nothing you can do about it, you're screwed. But you had a camera running, so now you have evidence of the accident, crash, that can be used in court or for your insurance company.
And that's right. And at the very least, the police have already got access to your details just because they've got your registration number.
Yeah.
The police in the UK used to have a what we call a tax disc. We used to have to pay, well, we still do, an excise. And the police now can look at my registration number on my vehicle and they can tell automatically whether I'm insured and who with, whether I've paid my correct road taxes, and whether my car, we have to do we have an MOT in the UK,
right?
Which is
yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Certain criteria that your car has to pass to be called what's a basic roadworthiness. So you can't have bald tyres, your brakes must work, your windscreen can't have any cracks in it, this sorts of things. And it must pass a regular test, an MOT test every year, for which there's a fee of £50.
Yeah.
And the police can tell just from your registration number these days whether your car has got a valid MOT certificate, whether you are insured and who with, and all the insurance details, and whether you've paid your correct road taxes.
So, the United States has ALRs and such that do the same exact thing.
So,
and in fact, I would actually say that dash cams and cameras on motorcycles are actually a very good idea, because if you're not breaking the law, you're not doing stupid shit, these are things that can actually be used in your defense.
Yeah, I mean, I won a little while ago where,
or what have you,
a huge truck just clipped my car about 6 months ago and pulled the front bumper off, or the fender, as you'd call it. But there were no witnesses. My insurance company weren't interested, neither were his, because there were no witnesses. He said no, that I bumped into him when it was obvious. He didn't, because he pulled the bumper. But yeah, my insurance company wouldn't take it any further because there was no witnesses. But if I'd have had a dash cam, which I'm going to get, it would have shown what actually happened.
Yeah, and in fact, I have a camera which is actually a British brand, Drift, which is perfect for that job, because you plug it into a power source, like your accessory outlet. It will continuously record, and when it runs out of memory, it'll start over again, and keep recording continuously, so that however much memory you have, installed on the camera, and you can get 64 gigabyte micro SD cards, which will record a crap load of video in high definition.
The one I like is the one that there's one at the moment that clips. It's actually a rear view mirror that clips over your existing rear view mirror, and it's got two cameras on it, one that faces forward, one faces towards the rear window.
Yeah, that's more sophisticated. In fact, ideally, a dash cam would also show telemetry from your car. That is, the speed that you're driving at the time and whether you're braking or accelerating, in addition to just a simple timestamp. But the point is these dash cams are very good at protecting you against insurance fraud or the he said she said type of business that typically goes on when there are no witnesses, because the camera provides documentation that will damn you if you're wrong and redeem you if you're correct.
Yeah.
And I think for responsible people, they're a damn good idea.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that's basically the point I wanted to make.
Oh, R1's gone.
And, R1 is gone, yeah, okay. Bummer. That's too bad, really, because, that's the thing, though. I mean, people do stupid shit on YouTube, filming themselves doing wheelies at ridiculous speeds through traffic and endangering the public, and it's like, the police also watch YouTube.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely insanity to record yourself doing that kind of shit and then publish it to YouTube.
Yeah, or give it to someone else who then puts it on Facebook and you don't ask them to remove it. That would have been the first thing I'd have done.
Oh yeah, delete the source material immediately.
Got my brother to take it off Facebook. It was like we had
the moral of the story is don't post incriminating material against yourself.
Yeah, we had a guy in when we had some sort of civil unrest and rioting back in, I can't remember now when it was, in the UK. Similar to what's gone on in Baltimore, there was a similar case in the UK. A black guy got killed by the police. He was shot, and then his family were obviously unhappy, went to the police station, and then other people arrived. It ended up anyway, to cut a long story short, there ended up being a riot in Tottenham in London.
I think I remember that.
And then some people took advantage and looted a few shops and a bit of arson. And then the police sort of stood back and just let it happen, really, didn't get involved. But then a few other cities in the UK, I think Leeds and Manchester, some kids there thought, well, we'll go and do the same. So they went out looting.
Yeah.
One guy in particular photographed all the stuff that he'd looted, laid out on his bed, and then tweeted it. And then wondered why he was arrested within an hour or two.
Yeah, because it's not like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Twitter would have been quite happy to say, oh, well, yeah, we'll comply, yeah. Because, I mean, I don't know particularly what the rules are in United Kingdom with regards to obtaining evidence in an investigation. In the United States, there is a Fourth Amendment to the Constitution that does require a little bit more paperwork, probable cause and such for.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, the police need a search to search your home and kick your front door in. The police need a warrant from a magistrate or a judge. But I mean, I work in the enforcement industry, if you like, one way of putting it, and I've got a rolling warrant that allows me to enter any land or premises or property in the course of investigating what I need to investigate.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I don't think there's such an equivalent in the United States.
Well, there probably is in some. For more serious things, the police don't need a warrant.
Well, if they have probable cause,
Yeah.
they don't need a warrant because the probable cause abdicates the need of the warrant because they have.
Yeah, there may be evidence could be removed, or a person's life could be in danger or something if they have to go away and have to apply for the warrant.
There's simply no practical means to go. It's like, we have reason to believe that a person is being murdered at this moment in this particular residence, and we need a warrant to enter the premises.
Yeah, or a person being held against their will, or life is in danger.
Their damn lives.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah.
That's why I don't get R1's idea that the police shouldn't be able to. Well, that's all well and good having that attitude until you're the person in need of something and you need the police to go and do something.
Yeah.
And the police say, "Well, I'm sorry, we can't get that information." Well, why not? Well, the police. That's the reason that it's there. Obviously, it gets abused from time to time. That's going to happen. That's always going to happen.
Yeah, there's always gray areas and whatnot, but that's what the courts are for. They sort that stuff out.
Yep.
I mean, there's a system in place, and barring extreme abuse, it usually works.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah, it works.
But I mean, I'm actually. I kind of wish I had an additional camera so that I just basically would have a permanent dash cam in my car and a permanent camera on my helmet, and I'd be covered because especially with the helmet camera, because everywhere I'm looking, the camera would be pointing in that direction, so it would be seeing what I'm seeing, so it would provide an objective point of view of what I saw or should have seen. And by recording in a particular format called iframe, if the camera got damaged in mid-recording, the way the iframe format works is it records a blip of video, writes it to disk, records a blip of video, writes it to disk. When I say disk, I mean micro SD card. But the point is that it does not have to carry out any particular procedures of writing to make the file readable.
Mm-hmm.
That is, the file will be undamaged for the duration that the camera was surviving, as long as the actual physical memory was not damaged.
Yeah.
So, in a hard collision that would physically destroy the camera but might leave the memory chip intact, the video could still be recovered, and
a bit like a black box type thing.
Kind of like that, yeah, basically. And also there's other information. For example, that it's recording at 30 frames per second, for example, which means, and by the model of the camera what the view angle is and how fast scenery is passing by, like utility poles, stripes on the road, etc. You can compute fairly accurately what the speeds are.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a lot of information to work with just from the video, and you can reconstruct an accident quite well from that video evidence.
Yeah, it's a big thing now, forensic stuff. I've got to be AFK for a second because I'm working from home, so I've just got to go and attend to some work. I shall be back shortly.
Okay, cool. You hit a slow period. Everyone's asleep.
Really? Sleep too.
Actually, my sleep was interrupted like yesterday. Zero notification for a dental appointment.
Oh, so is that one guy with the mask? With the mask?
I'm sorry, your sound is cutting out on my end. I didn't catch what you said.
The guy from V for Data, that the movie.
Oh, that guy. Haven't seen. He was on some hours ago, but not. I don't think he said anything. At least not on voice. Maybe in the side chat, but I didn't catch that. Art, hello.
Hey, Fud. I just saw Willem in here.
Yeah, I want to tell you something. I managed to pick up a potato vodka.
Oh, you make me proud, sir.
A real potato vodka, not a wheat one. And it's actually pretty good, even though it was not on the top shelf.
Yeah, well, good job, good catch, man. Well, can you broadcast people?
Let me grab the bottle. I'll tell you exactly.
Hold on. Before you go, can you broadcast people?
Oh, you want the ability to broadcast people as well?
Well, that and also there are two guys here who don't broadcast.
Oh yes, they just popped in.
Yeah.
But okay.
Hey guys.
Yeah, let me try and do that.
Hey, what's
Awesome.
So, is slow, good, bad?
And hey, Bob, how are you doing?
Good. How you guys doing this morning?
Yeah. I'm gonna assume that's a rhetorical question and leave it at that, if you don't mind. As in, hi, how you doing? Without expecting a lengthy explanation of how I'm actually doing.
Well, yeah, I had a kind of a crappy night. Could not sleep properly from all the fucking arguing last night.
Oh, arguing with Michael M?
Yeah, Michael and Gus.
Yeah, I went and looked at that last video. I posted the timestamp when you and Seth were talking about her.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about her one whole minute.
Right.
And you didn't say anything bad. You even said you guys were getting along. You made a peace treaty. You guys kind of made a truce and.
Right, yeah. It was like, I told her, I told this myself, you know, and hang on, even though I exaggerated because I said I was talking about her for 2 minutes, but apparently just 1 minute. Look, fucking hell, get over it.
Yeah, you guys talked for like 20 minutes before you even brought up Michael M.
Right, we're talking about fucking tanks and Seth's job, my job. Jesus fuck.
Yeah. Hold on a sec, Art. I'm gonna grab that bottle and I've got it sitting outside because I want it to be like so-called cellar temperature. Not ice cold, but not hot either. It's Sowa. Actually, I guess I better type that.
Yeah.
I'm going to type it in lowercase because I don't feel like hitting the shift key.
That and Adam, I'm not sure what I think about Adam.
Whoops. What, Adam who?
Yeah, Adam Pugh. I'm not sure what I think about him. I've heard him say some really funked up shit. Like he thinks it's okay to shoot somebody running away from he thinks it's okay for a cop to shoot somebody running away from him after the guy took a slug at him, took a swing at the cop. And the guy turns and runs away, it's okay for the cop to shoot him.
Yeah.
I would disagree with him on that point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then he said something a while ago and about how he thinks that the gay agenda is trying to convert and indoctrinate kids.
That doesn't. Maybe was he trolling? Are you sure?
Yeah, he even sent me a link of an article of some court ruling over there in Massachusetts or something, where they were handing out books in schools, and the books had like two men. It was kind of trying to explain to the kids what love is and stuff like that. So they had like two men and different, but there was like there were like 4 or 5 different books. And the one book was, about gays. And so he thinks because that was in there, that they're trying to indoctrinate kids into being homosexual. I'm like, but,
Adam Pugh is a bit of an enigma to me because, well, first of all, he has had a proper science and math education. He is intelligent. And yet, he does appear to be a fundamentalist Christian anyway.
No, well, I don't think he's a fundy. Well, okay, maybe he's a fundamentalist in the sense that he believes the Bible in the proper sense.
Yeah, but he accepts evolution. He accepts the age of the universe. He's not, one of those young Earth creationist crazy people.
Well, also he's explained, like brain patterns and how people are born intersex and how people could be born, with the wrong chromosomes and like not, like the wrong sex, the wrong body. He's explained that to like hillbilly, but then he still says, homosexual sex is a sin, and he would vote against gay marriage.
Well, the human brain has the remarkable capacity of holding two mutually exclusive ideas to be true at the same time.
Well, yeah, we all have this.
It's an innate nature of human beings.
Yeah, but I just, generally, in general, I kind of, I like Adam. He's a good dude. He's more or less on our side. He argues against unrationalities, science denialism.
Yeah.
And he's not a fundy who will just, prima facie sort of a priori denies all reason in favor of his Bible.
Yeah, there are plenty of Christians who accuse him of not being a real Christian.
Oh.
So I guess he's getting it from both sides.
Well, that's what I said. I can't put my finger on what, basically what his main thought is. It jumps back and forth, it seems,
Yeah, well, it's something you'd have to talk to him about because I don't understand him any better than you do.
Yeah.
Art, I typed the brand of the vodka that I got.
Oh, cool.
It's a Polish potato vodka, triple distilled. I only got a 750 milliliter bottle because I didn't want to invest a lot in something I've never had before. But it's actually quite smooth, and
oh, nice.
I like it. I mean, I'm taking it in straight shots. That is, in terms, no ice, no mixing, just straight. It's just a question of getting the temperature right, you know?
Right.
And obviously there is some disagreement as to what the ideal temperature is to serve vodka.
I just want to, just to be clear, even though I know Michael Ann's going to bitch again about me mentioning her, I am okay for a truce. I'm okay for stopping talking about her if it bugs her that much. But I would like for her to stop talking about, crazy stuff, like, the conspiracies and, sort of fringe medical practices, because that bugs me.
Was she the nurse that started going about homeopathy?
So what?
Was she the nurse that started going on about homeopathy?
Yes. In the one hand,
that's terrifying.
I actually remember
homeopathy.
Yes.
Yeah, she stated water as memory.
Yes, and also before that, I recall that she even posted links to studies that prove that homeopathy works. So she obviously believes that.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm going to have to ask her directly about that because
she'll probably deny it right now because there's so much upheaval, because of this. But I can maybe find. Well, I cannot find the link because it was in the chat. Damn it. But I do recall this.
Yeah, I was there.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the water thing. Yeah, the water thing is enough. I would say already, because that's one of the major sort of preconditions for homeopathy anyway, that water has memory.
Yeah, it's over dilution of toxin to the point where the water is actually more pure than distilled water when you do the math.
Right.
And somehow this is supposed to make you resistant to the toxin that they're treating against or something like that. That's my understanding of homeopathy. And unfortunately, the National Health Service in Great Britain, I think they still acknowledge homeopathy.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think
and there are insurance companies in the United States that acknowledge chiropractic.
Right, but they don't acknowledge it because it works. They acknowledge it in Britain because there's so many people who believe it and demand that the treatment's going to be available. Welcome, Armin.
Hello.
Hey, Armin.
I know I've linked a study in, I think, Australia by the sort of main medical body there who made a sort of a, meta study on every experiment on homeopathy. They look into almost all experiments, and they concluded basically that it doesn't work.
No.
Well, of course it doesn't work. It's a complete pseudoscience.
Yep. But yeah, I'm okay for stop talking about Michael Ann if she stops talking about, if she stops bringing up this crazy stuff.
Well, yeah. I got to admit, I like Michael Ann. I do disagree with her on certain points, but in general, I think she's a good person.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think she's hilarious. I think she's a good person to hang out with.
Oh yeah, she's awesome.
Well, I guess we can talk about her thoughts, but just don't bring up her name anymore, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess I could do that.
Because, I mean, yeah, criticize
some of them thoughts like the Earth, because you can't see the picture of the Earth, the whole Earth spinning at one time. It's not real. We don't have satellites out there or something.
Yeah, Von Helton, and yeah, I'm sorry to mention his name when he cannot be here to defend himself. So, had the same complaint, and it comes down to a lack of understanding of the physics of the situation. I mean, it's not
it's not really the physics of the situation. Just that the government already had satellites out there that took film of the whole Earth spinning, and they're not going to waste money to keep a camera out there pointed at the Earth to catch the whole Earth spinning all the time just to satisfy somebody's crazy ideas. They did it once, they got the proof, and they moved on.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In order to actually get, let's say you want just a single day of the Earth, from the point of view of a satellite that is beyond geostationary orbit, you're not going to see the clouds flowing and moving and what have you, because from that distance, everything is in slow-mo from our point of view. It just won't work. And
well, that all depends too on. I mean, if there's a hurricane, the clouds are moving fast enough where you would be able to tell that there is change and there is movement. Yeah,
well,
it'd take a while because gradually you wouldn't be able to catch it right away. But if you watched it long enough, you'd see the difference.
have you seen my 10 Days of Katrina video?
No.
Let me grab that link for you.
I'm on my phone. It won't matter.
Oh, okay. Is there anyone else who would be interested?
Not really.
I can have a look at it.
I really believe that it happened.
I'd rather see that topic. Maybe it's right away.
Joso, are you trying to say something because you're kind of cutting out?
It seems he froze.
Yeah, I think Joseph froze.
Oh, that sucks.
Ah, there you are.
No, I think it's still frozen.
Yeah. Not that we. No. Well, he made a noise. Not that we can have what he's saying anyway.
Yeah, maybe you can communicate with Morse code. Shouldn't make noises.
Let's see. Videos. Here we go. Ooh. Now, I gotta warn you, the way I produced this video was in the days I used to have my own physical web server, not a virtual machine, but my own actual physical hardware on the internet, because my dad ran an internet service providership. And because of that, well, he was kind enough to give me my own IP address and such. But anyway, I created a cron job to download the NOAA images. But sometimes it didn't work. But at any rate, here's the link to the YouTube video. But anyway, it's the visible band at, what's it say, 8 kilometer resolution, that is 8 kilometers per pixel. And the picture, each frame is 30 minutes apart. So in 1 second you're getting, oh crap, hold on.
Sorry, Fadi, I had to meet you quick for, you know.
Yeah, I noticed. I didn't expect that to happen, but yeah, I killed that tab. So be aware, if you're on Chrome and you watch that video, it's going to get followed up by something else, because Google is a fucking asshole evil company now.
Well, you can turn that off. I have.
Oh,
you mean the autoplay function?
Yeah, there's a switch above the rest of the videos in the sidebar there.
I do have autoplay turned off.
Oh, that's weird, because it works on my end.
Yeah, I have to hit the play button for it to play. I don't know what happened.
Well, that's for Yeah, I think the autoplay only works for the next videos. It don't work for the commercials, though.
Yeah, I think they went and stuck a post-roll ad in my video, which is absolutely evil because, first of all, that data is public domain, paid by the U.S. taxpayer, and second of all, I created that video by taking the individual frames and putting them together into a video. I mean, that's... YouTube has no right to just go and monetize it like that. Well, I guess they do. It is their service, but
you can turn off monetization, I believe.
Yeah, but I don't have monetization. They're not paying me anything.
Oh well, that's a dick move.
Yeah, exactly. I would prefer not to have any advertisements on my YouTube channel. So, but at any rate, the video basically is, like the title says, 10 days of Katrina, showing the storm formation coming into the Gulf and then exploding before it hits shore shortly before the end of the video. It's a relatively short clip, but it was literally 10 days worth of video clips.
Mm-hmm.
Not perfect, but that is what you see from the GOES East satellite back in 2005. I think it was 2005. Or when was Katrina?
It says 2005, yeah, August.
Yeah, 2005 August. Okay, yeah. God, I miss having my own physical web server because I could do so much. It was just so wonderful. But, yeah. Dad retired and sold the company.
Hmm.
It has been a long time since I've had vodka.
Same here.
And,
I'm kidding.
What?
Yeah, for you, a long time is a few days.
A long time is like maybe an hour.
Yeah, I'm talking like, holy shit, damn near 10 years. This is the first time I've had vodka in like 10 fucking years.
Since Hurricane Katrina.
And there's a particular liquor store that I go to on a frequent enough basis that they kind of know my face and all. And basically, I was buying my usual rum, and I asked the guys, like, you know, do you have a potato vodka? A decent one. I wanted a good potato vodka, not a crappy one.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be AFK for a long time. If anybody needs to get in, feel free to kick me. I'll talk to you later.
You're not allowed to go AFK. Not when I'm talking about vodka.
Well, I'm actually getting vodka right now. That's why I have to be AFK.
Ah.
No, I'm kidding. Okay.
So we can drink together?
Nah, I think I kind of already drunk my limit for the weekend. I maybe have a little bit of a drink. Not sure if today, but yeah, we will see. But anyway, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be AFK. Feel free to kick me. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. You've got mods for nothing, and Ermine just dropped out. Okay.
Alright. How's everyone?
Ermine is back.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, it's my connection. I did it earlier. I think it's fixed now.
Yeah, well, we can make out what you're saying now. So.
The internet is still unreliable after all these centuries.
I'm glad to be here. You know, you like nice people. Seem like.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Hold
Hello?
on, I mean, I'm trying to find you in this control panel shit thing so that you can have mod powers.
The power.
The power.
Unlimited power!
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Hello?
Ah, she can't hear us.
What are you guys gonna have to type in the side chat? I don't have. I'm on my phone. Oh, never mind.
It's too late.
She's dropped out again.
Yeah, we could hear you.
It's like, what are you guys talking about?
Right. Ermine, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
You do hear us. Okay, we hear you.
Yeah, we heard you.
You know, when I use that Chrome on my PC, I get a lot of static when people are talking, but when I use Firefox, it works fine.
That's kind of weird.
It's not, I don't know if it's so much static, it's more when the voice is, it's like the speakers are cracking. You know? You crack one and crap comes out of
Now, Ermine, please stop dropping out because it's really difficult to give you mod controls when you keep dropping out.
Oh yeah, it's just because I was talking for like 2 minutes and you couldn't hear me, so I kept refreshing until you could. Sorry.
Not your fault, I'm sure. But anyway, I don't want to be the only one with mod control because Nadia is obviously asleep or hopefully trying to sleep successfully.
Well, at least we now know how to wake her up.
That worked incredibly well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Play copyrighted music. She'll bolt right up and what's going on? What's going on?
Not that.
He'll kill my hangout.
The merest mention of dick. She woke up.
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube's got doesn't YouTube or isn't there a website you can go to get free music that you're allowed to play that's not copyrighted?
Yeah, you can just Google search like domain free music. Whatever, like
you guys
domain music, something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, there is royalty-free music.
Royalty free. That's the word I was looking for.
Of course, if it has an attribution license, then you need to acknowledge who the artist is. That is, give attributes to the artist, even though it is royalty-free. I mean, for example, the Creative Commons license, for example, has a number of flavors. And one of them is you can use the music or whatever the particular material is for whatever use you care to, but you must credit the author. That's the attribution license.
That makes
Which is, a perfectly reasonable thing to do. I mean, after all.
Yeah, you are giving them credit, and it's royalty anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can barely hear you, Joso.
Oh, it might be. I think it's on my end. I don't think it's.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, you don't have the best microphone in the world. And again, I don't know how shitty my microphone is.
I don't think we can connect shit or something on.
If you saw the setup that I was using, you'd laugh at me.
Probably would. I'm just sitting in front of my laptop.
I'm using a laptop, no headphones.
Yeah, I am using headphones.
The microphone has echo cancellation built in. Unfortunately, Chrome sometimes manages to somehow break that. I'm assuming there's a driver bug going on or some such, because there's no way a user program should be able to break something that runs in kernel space.
So, on my laptop, I got a Lenovo laptop, and I got it plugged into my HD TV, so I use my widescreen, my monitor. But I'm only sitting 3 foot, probably 3 or 4 foot away from the monitor, so, and I never get no feedback from my PC.
Yeah, my laptop has sufficient power to drive the built-in Retina display, which runs at 2880 by 1440, and a 4K monitor. A full 4K monitor. Although, if you want to buy something remotely affordable, you'd get a 3840 by 2160 monitor, but it can do dual monitor, no problem.
I try to do screen share. And play something while chatting, but the audio from that game, Grand Theft Auto, and it has copyrighted music, so I turn it down. So I guess I'll do that.
Oh, yeah. You know, OS X and iOS both have built into them a notification for when when a program or the user tries to do a screenshot, and that gives the program the ability to block out its particular display from the screenshot. So, for example, let's say you're playing copyrighted video on iTunes and you try to do a screenshot to grab a frame. What you'll end up with is a checkerboard instead of the frame, or a gray screen, depending. But it will actually prevent you from doing a screen grab.
That's interesting.
And it does that at the OS level.
Do that on Google Plus as well.
I have no idea what you said.
It's a blessing and a curse, really. I mean, on the one side, it means that Motion Picture Association of America and its membership is more willing to provide video content.
Ow.
I heard that noise. I don't know how much of it obliterated me. All right, the DRM, digital rights mutilation. It allows iTunes to get more content from the Motion Picture Association of America, and it's a membership. But on the downside, because it's built into the operating system, it is virtually impossible to break the encryption. As far as I know, no one has been successful at doing it properly. So it is very solid. And if you get iTunes Music, the RIAA has been a bit more reasonable and listened to Steve Jobs and is no longer using DRM for music content from iTunes. Plus, they're going with a higher bit rate so that it is CD quality, almost at any rate, indistinguishable to most ears. However, the metadata in the file does have the name of the purchaser. So it's not something you would want to distribute to random people because you would immediately get busted for distributing copyrighted content. Which in some jurisdictions carries a heavier penalty than murder.
Oh. Yeah, that reminds me. On Netflix, this is the name. I was watching that Jobs Ashton Kutcher movie. So,
I'm not seeing that. How is it?
It's a great movie. I'd recommend watching it. From what yeah, I recommend to watch it. It's pretty great to watch.
Aren't they going to do a new Steve Jobs movie with Christian Bale as Steve Jobs?
Oh, God.
If I had to nitpick, it's that it only it's like goes from 1996 and cuts off instead of going through until 2011 or something. Not the whole, not his entire life. That's the story they were trying to tell. Yeah,
Did they go back to the beginning of the Apple computer, that is the founding of Apple? Or did they not go that far back? Because right now, as things stand right now, Apple is the oldest PC manufacturer still standing.
Yeah.
I don't think William is broadcasting.
Yeah, and movie day, so you'd say it starts from, I think, 1976, when it all started. Yeah, it's a great movie. I'd recommend if you can watch it. You have a good time.
Well, if Apple approved of the movie, it'll be on iTunes, so I could either purchase or rent it. I prefer to purchase over rent, though, because I have this thing where I will watch a movie more than one time.
Oh yeah, I have that too. Basically, if you just use Netflix, but why isn't it on Apple? Why isn't it on the iOS? I figured that movie would be on there. How it's based on the original CEO of the company.
I'm not catching all the words you're saying, but Netflix is on Apple TV and iOS devices.
I primarily watch Netflix on my iPad.
Yeah, you can install the Netflix app and subscribe to Netflix, and you can watch anything that Netflix has on an iPad or an iPhone or what have you. And
I watch Netflix. I watch Netflix on my Samsung phone. I got Android.
Well, yeah, I was not suggesting that Netflix is exclusive to Apple.
Yeah, I know you guys were talking to Flip the other day about the phone, and because I'm in my truck and I drive, I got my cell phone. I'm grandfathered in for the $30 unlimited data through Verizon.
Oh.
Yeah, so I usually go. Last month I went through 68 gigs. The month before that was 49. The month before that was like 53. So I do more than 40 gigs a month on my phone.
Yeah, I'm grandfathered into unlimited data myself. The downside to that, though, is that if I want to change my plan to allow tethering, I lose that.
I do have a video. I don't think it's copyrighted, so if you want me to play it, it's a great topic. Talk about, if you haven't heard of the death, outpouring, that stuff that happened in December. That this 2020.
I have no idea what was said.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Joseph. You're just being...
Your audio is, frankly, absolutely horrific.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I can understand that.
Every time you move, it just breaks up your microphone.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it also does that.
Yeah, I'll turn back off and get to a place where I can't move the thing. I'll be back.
All right then.
Yeah, I have my own personal reasons for being on Apple platforms, but to be perfectly honest, I am not an Apple evangelist. As long as you're happy with whatever you're on, that's fine with me.
No. I prefer Windows PCs, but I've got an iPhone and an iPad.
Well, if you have an iPhone and an iPad, you would actually find that you can get superior integration with a Macintosh computer.
Yeah, but you can play more games on the Windows PC.
Well, yeah, the Windows PC for gaming, yeah, you're not going to beat that.
Yep.
Yeah, but the only thing is with my phone though, I play a couple games on it, but lately with the Hangouts, man, I couldn't get in with the updated Hangout. I had to go back to the original Hangouts, and then a couple times in the last couple of days, whenever I tried getting in, I couldn't get in. It was telling me my audio wasn't compatible with the video. It wouldn't let me in the Hangout.
Yeah, Google and Apple have had a falling out, and I'm kind of hoping that they resolve it in some sort of amicable fashion. Because Apple has settled its differences with Microsoft, for example. Microsoft is producing software for the Apple platform. And in fact, they've even...
Audio quality? I hate to interrupt, sorry, but is the audio quality better?
Well, I could make out all those words.
Yeah.
Well, that's progress.
That is indeed progress. Yeah, Microsoft and Windows you were on about.
Yeah, Microsoft has software available for Macintosh that's not available on Windows. And they're also, with Windows 10, they are attempting to do something rather interesting, which is supporting the Objective-C programming language and making cross-platform iOS apps run on Windows 10.
Huh. That's interesting.
And providing extensions. That is the old embrace and extend philosophy that they used to kind of kill Java.
Mm-hmm.
Although, when Sun sued Microsoft, Microsoft had their asses handed to them, which is why C Sharp exists. C Sharp is Java with some minor improvements and runs on the .NET platform that Microsoft created, and is also works on their Azure cloud computing platform.
Yeah. Very interesting transition.
It's interesting when you look at the big three, because Microsoft originally they were leveraging their operating system and their Office product,
Yeah.
and they're still doing fairly well in that market, particularly with the operating system, since it has the DirectX APIs that a lot of gamers program for, or the software developer
game
studios
devs.
develop for, which is why Windows is still the #1 game platform. Google is into advertising.
Yeah.
So everything they do is around advertising.
Yeah.
And Apple is building a vertical market around their devices and integrating the devices together and adding cloud services. But Apple is currently in third or fourth place with their cloud services. Google would be #1. Amazon would probably be #2, even though they're kind of invisible to the consumer because you don't know how much shit is running on Amazon services.
Yeah.
And Microsoft is in third place, or Apple is in third place. I'm not really sure. It's one of those two.
Yeah, I guess this is not really a spoiler. They do address the whole Trump versus Bill Gates on how they copied Bill Gates copying Steve Jobs with his Apple Macintosh at the time. They do address that in the movie.
Well, the way Apple works is by integrating all of their devices together. That is, the laptops, desktops, the mobile devices, the new watch. They are integrated together. They have a cloud service platform that is.
I'm just wondering why are they selling a watch? Don't most phones have the time on them anyway? So, and it's on their product, on their phone, their iPod. You know what I'm trying to get at? Their iPad. Uh, I mean,
I'm afraid I did not understand what you said.
okay. What I meant was, the Apple Watch. Well, why is there why are they developing a product that is basically useless when most of their products, their mobile, have a clock on it anyway, so to tell the time.
The Apple Watch takes your pulse and does other things, but Yeah, I would. I personally have no use for the Apple Watch, and I have no app ideas for it, so I'm not spending the money for it. Um,
I
that's
have
my current state of affairs. But the Apple Watch has a direct link to your iPhone if you have an iPhone.
yeah.
So they are very well coupled together and good at communicating with each other.
I'm just, and I don't. I have a feeling that it might not sell well, but it could. Not saying that it won't. It just doesn't seem like it will sell very well. But I could be wrong.
Well,
okay.
let me rephrase my analysis of the big three. Google, they make their primary income is from advertising, and they get that through Google Search and Android and Gmail, Hangout. The various services Google operates are all driven by advertising. Microsoft operates by providing the #1 desktop platform in terms of popularity.
Yeah.
And they're popular with the gaming.
Yeah.
Apple is a hardware company, even though what distinguishes their hardware from any other PC is the operating system software and other software that integrates everything together, including their cloud compute services.
Yeah,
Microsoft does have cloud computing services, but then again, so does IBM, and Apple has partnered with IBM, interestingly enough, to get that expertise.
I do like how they all are. I do like that they're all connected. With that, it's just I don't think the people in general who are have something that can tell them an Apple item or
Well, last quarter, Apple had yet another record earnings for all time in their history, just shy of $14 billion. That's with a B, as in Betty.
I mean, yeah, I get that
they're blowing away Microsoft.
Yeah.
And although Google stock is performing better than Apple stock, I think.
Hardware. Yeah.
Apple's hardware is actually very good. The only real complaint you can levy against Apple hardware is the price, because Apple typically charges roughly on the order of 30% profit margin currently, which if you get an Apple Watch Limited, it jumps to several thousand% profit margin. But they're a high margin company, unlike Dell, for example. Dell barely gets 1% margin from their product. But Dell sells a shitload more computers than Apple does. And they run Windows. The only hardware Microsoft has to speak of is the Xbox console. And a few peripheral devices. And the Surface, which doesn't sell too well. But Apple's core competency is in making very good hardware that is very well integrated with the software and their other hardware and their cloud services, which they're rapidly improving on. Personally, from a programming point of view, I do like Apple's technologies. I've programmed for Windows. Windows has some interesting stuff, but to be honest, I think Apple is well ahead. But that's just my opinion. Google kind of lags in that department, but they make up for it by having the best search engine in the industry and the best algorithms for matching advertising to content. So really, Google's business is completely ad revenue driven, even though they do experiment in other areas. Because I think Google is smart enough to realize that the advertising business is not going to be sustainable. In fact, they're already locking up Android. Android, when it first came out, was very open, but Google is locking it up. Yeah. Microsoft's mobile is, well, a non-competitor. And between Android and iOS, Research in Motion, BlackBerry, has basically been knocked from #1 to nothing. Kind of a complicated and dynamic business they're going on. What's really amazing is that around the year 2000 or 1999, I forget precisely, when when Microsoft invested $150 million into Apple to keep Apple alive, Apple was within 60 days of insolvency. That is, the corporation nearly disappeared. So they did, no offense to the Christians, but they pulled off a hat trick that beats Jesus. And it's no coincidence either, because Microsoft was the first big company that got behind the Apple Macintosh. Anyway, my voice is getting sore, so I'm going to mute myself, and I hope other people talk about whatever.
You knew. You're gonna have to speak again.
Yeah, somebody else has to talk now.
Go ahead.
I dislike that Disney killed the former Star Wars Expanded Universe.
Shall we talk how Finland's a lot better?
How what?
How Finland is the greater country?
Finland isn't the greater country. I very much proved that the other day.
Yeah, so... Man, poor seawater.
I will say that I do like the Finlandia vodka.
Never heard of it. Yeah, someone needs to broadcast Joseph. Well, I guess no one is going to broadcast Joseph. I can't do anything because I don't have mods, because I can't be trusted with mods.
Why can't you be trusted with mods?
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Ah, okay, then I won't give you them.
Yeah, but still, Joseph isn't broadcasting.
Driving through Ohio is boring as hell.
Imagine it would be.
All it is flat farmland. That's it.
You know,
Sounds like Denmark.
Ohio is the only contingent state to Pennsylvania that honors a Pennsylvania concealed carry weapon permit.
Yeah, driving through Norway isn't quite so boring because we have all those mountains to look at.
Don't forget the fjords.
Yeah, we've also got those.
I've seen some beautiful pictures of the fjords. They're, well, beautiful.
Yeah.
Mind you, they were taken from chase planes photographing soft griffins, but doesn't matter. This is absolutely fucking gorgeous scenery.
These headphones are fucking useless. They keep falling out of the thing.
I'd like to see it in real life someday. It's on my bucket list.
Yeah, you can get over here and take the trains past a few of those fjords.
Where's... was going to say it again. Where's over here? And it's Norway.
Yeah, I live in Norway. Yeah, so we've got fjords, mountains, and forests, oil, and fish. That's what we have.
Hmm.
Sounds like fucking paradise to me.
Don't forget the gnomes.
Yeah, we've got trolls and gnomes and yeah. Apparently, we've got Nazi zombies if the movies are to be believed.
Yeah, they got that on Netflix for free watching. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, you need to watch Dead Snow. It's brilliant. The second one actually has English dialogue. Some of it, anyway.
I don't. That's not too. I mean, I watched all the Chinese horror gore flicks, the ones that are so bad, with subtitles. So I don't mind. I can watch. I can read them, and go along with it.
Yeah, but Norwegian sounds really shitty.
Yeah, but when you start watching, I start reading the subtitles. I really don't even hear what they're saying anymore. When you kind of pick it up and it sounds like they're speaking English after a while. Just, well, for me, anyways.
All right then. Yeah, Dead Snow is hilarious. They actually have quite a few somewhat famous Norwegian actors in that movie. And by a few, I mean they have about 50% of somewhat famous Norwegian actors. The other 50% are in the second movie.
That movie that was out just not too long ago about the dragon. What was that? About the girl. The title had something to do with dragon. It was like a three-part. It was three-part. I think it was like a three-parter over. I can't remember what country was the original country.
The dragon tattoo.
Oh yeah, that's a series of Swedish movies.
All right.
I prefer the Swedish version to the American version. The American version was boring.
I agree.
I only got halfway through the American version. I watched all three of the Swedish ones in a row.
Yeah, I watched them too. They were good.
Yeah. Doesn't the American version still take place in Sweden?
I don't know.
I think it does, which is weird because everyone speaks English. In the American version of the movie.
Yeah, but we don't care about that. We're America.
Yeah. It's funny because Sweden actually has a higher number of English-speaking people than Canada. A higher percentage of English-speaking people. Sweden's got 84, Canada has 82.
Might have a higher percentage of English-speaking people than the United States.
Yeah, Norway has 94% of people capable of speaking English. Most Norwegians sound absolutely horrific when they speak English, though.
Well, it doesn't really matter, though. If they understand and speak English, that means that my going there as a tourist would be tremendously eased by the reduction of a language barrier. Whereas if I went to France if I couldn't speak French, they would just, be really, really pissy to me.
I've actually heard that they tend to be less pissy about it if you put some sort of effort into at least asking if they could speak English to you in French.
Yeah. Or, I'm sorry, I don't speak French, but I speak German. Do you speak German? In German, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, speak German. Maybe English?
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, okay, if we have to speak English.
Yep.
Gotta fuck with the French.
Yeah, I'm looking for a somewhat famous example of a Norwegian person that cannot speak English for shit. I'm just gonna review the video before I link you people to it. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna link you people to what Norwegian people sound like when they speak English. There you go, that's what Norwegians sound like.
But you're wearing lederhosen.
That's German. We wear hobbits' clothes, that's what we wear. That's our national garb. It's not even a joke.
I'm sorry you missed it, but I was making a reference to the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Jamie Lee Curtis was pretending to be Inga from Sweden, but she was wearing lederhosen.
Yeah, well, watch the video. He's a somewhat famous Norwegian rally driver.
It's a famous American movie from the 1980s.
I should look it up. What did you say it was called?
Trading Places with what was it, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, I think. The comedy.
Yeah, Trading Places.
Yeah, it's a comedy. It's where these two rich guys, super rich guys, they bet $1, and they take their nephew, I think it is, who's another super rich, stuck-up prick and they humiliate him and like take his money and make him poor, and then they take this bum off the street, which is supposed to be Eddie Murphy, and they make him rich for some type of bet on $1, so.
Who the fuck is snoring? Is Nadia? Nope. Damn it.
Is it Nadia or me? Somebody's snoring, huh?
I'm not snoring, am I?
Someone's snoring, and it wasn't Nadia. You were snoring.
You are awake at this ridiculous hour in the morning, right?
I am.
Okay, so you're not snoring.
See that? It's not me.
You were snoring.
Maybe it's the clown.
Oh, I tried.
It wasn't the clown, because the clown was muted.
Yeah.
You liar.
Off for a sec. I just dozed off for a sec.
It goes off for a second. You start snoring like a V8.
IMDb does apparently not know of the movie, so I guess I'll look it up some other time.
What's the movie?
Shh, it's a secret.
Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd.
It's Trading Spaces.
Places.
I thought it's Spaces. Oh, no, you're right. It's Places. Trading Spaces is one of my favorite shows.
Yeah, that's where they redo houses, Trading Spaces.
Yeah.
Okay. Ermine, -2 points.
Yeah, you lost 2 internet points.
For snoring or not knowing the movie?
No, for liking Trading Places and
Spaces
for the movie Trading
Okay, the movie.
Or Trading Spaces and liking and confusing it with Trading Places. I mean, no, screw it. -3 points.
Yep. Yeah, did anyone check out the link I sent, by the way?
Mm-mm.
No. Well, that's what most Norwegians sound like when they try to speak English, and it's absolutely horrific.
Yeah, well, Benjamin, we hear you.
Yeah, but I'm an obsessive autistic fuck-up. That also suffers OCD.
And then, of course, there's, what's his name? The German guy who lives in Norway. Balthazar?
Oh.
And Art, who pretends to be Russian, was born and raised in the Republic of Czechoslovakia.
No, it's the Czech Republic. Czechoslovakia was what the country was called before it was split into 2 countries.
Ah, who gives a flying
The
fuck?
Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Stinky country in Eastern Europe. The only thing that Czechoslovakia has going for it is the city of Prague.
I've been there.
Yeah, nice architecture, beautiful canal, and all that crap, but
Looked like Bergen to me.
But probably Rotterdam beats the crap out of it.
Yeah, Prague just looked like Bergen to me. More of the same old. There was a canal, I suppose. And that bridge. Strange thing with that bridge, they had a market on top of a fucking bridge.
Yeah. All the stuff that you saw in Mission Impossible 1.
Wasn't Prague in Mission Impossible 4?
Wait,
was that Dubai?
There's a 4th? I know
Yeah.
there's 2 of them, but I didn't know there
Yeah,
was
there's a
4.
3rd, and there's a 4th, and they're doing a 5th right now.
Holy motherfucker.
Actually, I think the trailers for the 5th are out. They were just waiting to release the movie.
So Tom Cruise is just going to run that sucker into the ground, huh?
Yeah, Tom Cruise is going to run and run and run and run, and that's pretty much all he's going to do because it's Tom fucking Cruise.
He's a fucking Scientologist. What do you expect?
He's a space pope.
I mean, John Travolta went the same way. Honestly, John Travolta's only good movie that I've seen is a movie from the 80s called Blowout.
Well, Face Off's actually pretty good.
I've not seen that one.
Yeah,
but it's got Nick Nolte, or not Nick Cage in it. So.
Yeah, John Travolta
So
That's just Nick Cage.
yeah.
And the funny thing is they imitate the other ones over the top acting, which is brilliant.
Okay, so you basically watch it because it's a train wreck and you.
It's not even a train wreck. It's an implosion of just awesome.
Okay. But the movie Blowout is actually a very good movie. And it's before John Travolta became famous.
Hmm.
So
This is before it became famous the first time, or before it became famous the second time?
well, okay. He got his big break in a movie called Saturday Night Fever, if I remember my ancient history correctly.
I believe so.
But I've never seen that movie. But I have seen the movie Blowout, and it's also got John Lithgow and who is that actress? Talented woman. Nancy Allen, I think. But at any rate, it's a very good thriller. And it takes place in Philadelphia, so it's like in my town.
Interesting.
But the movie itself is really, really good.
Alright, I'll look into it.
Because I believe it occurred before John Travolta got ruined by the Scientologists.
Ugh. You know what's really interesting? Will Smith and his entire family are Scientologists, but they somehow managed to stay sane. Well, everyone but Will Smith's son. He's completely batshit.
Wait, Will Smith is into Scientology?
Yeah, he's a Scientologist. Him and his entire family.
Son of a bitch.
But he is still sane.
That is a miracle.
Yeah, Brad Pitt is also a Scientologist, and I think he's quite sane as well.
I heard Laura Prepon was a Scientologist, and that broke my heart.
I don't remember whom that is.
She was a main character in that 70s show.
Oh,
she
one of
is
those.
in Orange is the New Black, which is Netflix, but I've never seen Orange is the New Black. But I was a big fan of that 70s show.
Alright.
And Laura Prepon is just fucking hot. I mean, you'll get blisters if you touch her. You'll get blisters.
She's a redhead.
Yeah, she's a redhead. She is fucking hot as hell, though. And has improved with age from that 70s show. And has had some rather remarkably provocative pictures taken of her. And she's also a good actress.
It's weird how many of these fucking actors get into Scientology.
Yeah, they're really raiding Hollywood. I guess it's the new thing since Cabal went out of fashion or something. I don't know.
Well, probably the only ones that can afford to stay in Scientology for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, you gotta sign that billion-year contract.
And pay your ass off.
Although I've heard that they treat celebrities extra special.
They probably do. Wouldn't surprise
But
me.
I think it's like a pyramid scheme. They get the celebrities in there, and so they might pay so much, or they probably pay them to get them in there, so you can get other people in. You know, they might actually be getting paid because when you get all these lesser people in there paying all that money, got to go somewhere.
Hmm. Was it Germany that refused to consider Scientology a religion?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It's only because Germany has no freedom of religion or speech, which normally I would be opposed to, but by, banning Scientology and keeping Tom Cruise out of the country, it kind of balances out. The IRS has apparently been battling Scientology since the 60s when L. Ron Hubbard created it out of whole cloth. I mean, a religion invented by a science fiction author who was a complete failure as a science fiction author.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, I don't know, I can't even complete the sentence. It's just so revolting.
Yeah. I just did a quick Google search, and it turns out we do have a Church of Scientology in Norway. It's located in Oslo. I wonder how many members they have. I should look into that.
Yeah, honestly, if I was a proper psychopath, I'd go down to Clearwater, Florida, and clean out the primary org of Scientology. Martyr them all.
Even trademarked the religious symbol, which is just silly.
Oh, it goes beyond that. Their holy scriptures are copyrighted.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna stop looking at that before I drive myself insane. So a documentary about anonymous fucking with Scientology. That was an interesting documentary.
Oh, well, I have no objection to anonymous fucking with Scientology.
Yeah, it was a documentary called We Are Legion. It's on Netflix, I believe. On the Norwegian one, anyway.
We do not forget. We do not forgive.
I believe it's Forgive first.
Oh, we do not forgive. We do not forget. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Personally, I think anonymous is something of a joke.
Yeah, it's well, it gets weird with the leaderless movement. That is, when it isn't united against one goal, it tends to fall apart. Recently, a bunch of feminists trying to, like feminazis, trying to hijack Anonymous because of, I'm not, I can't quite remember what it was. I think a game made a transvestite joke.
I would only have respect for Anonymous if they were the ones that actually discovered zero-day exploits and used them, rather than being a bunch of script kiddies.
Mm-hmm.
They're just unworthy in my eyes. And their choices of targets, I think, are rather trivial. I mean, who the fuck cares about the PlayStation Network, for example?
I think that was, what were they called? It wasn't directly Anonymous, it was a subgroup. They gave themselves a new name.
Well, even so. I mean, if they want to be...
But they were just dickheads for the sake of being dickheads, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they do a lot, too, though. I seen one post, they're going after ISIS, and they actually got a lot of phone numbers and email addresses for, like, ISIS members and that.
Yeah, some of them take that shit seriously. Was it LOL?
They go after the pedophiles.
Yeah, going after ISIS, I can respect that.
Yeah, LOLsec were the ones that did the PlayStation Network.
I would also respect them actually going after truly political causes, that is, government agencies and such.
Mm.
But going after a corporation, you know, that's like, who the fuck cares?
When you say PlayStation, do you mean when they actually brought down the PlayStation Network? Are you talking the Sony email leaks?
Yeah, they busted into PSN and...
yeah, the 2011 network breakdown.
Yeah, and took them down for a while.
Yeah, that was LOLsec.
But, I mean, that was...
That was a dick move.
Yeah. Because
yeah,
there were plenty of, you know, innocent customers of the PlayStation Network got fucked.
Again, LOLsec were just dickheads for the sake of being dickheads. If you want to look at something truly laughable, look no further than Lizard Squad. Have you heard of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the hacker groups have to remember one little thing. If they are in the continental United States, their ability to scrape and run scripts is insignificant to the cosmic power of the 45 ACP.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather go with a 10mm.
To each their own. I mean, 10mm is the proper 10mm, not the 40 Smith & Wesson short. Is a good round. Unfortunately, only Glock, as far as I know, has built a reliable 10mm pistol, and good luck getting ammo for it.
I reload my own ammo anyways.
Well, that's fine, but the thing is, with a semi-automatic, you lose brass so easily. Also, the 6 o'clock position of the feed ramp protrudes beyond the head sufficiently that brass failure on reloaded ammo is a real possibility. I mean, even the 40 Smith & Wesson suffers kaboom issues. I would hate to imagine what the 10 millimeter full house rounds do. 45 ACP is a relatively low pressure round, so that is.
It depends on how much powder you put in it too.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, when I've reloaded 45 ACP, I've basically done with 6 grains of bullseye with a 240. Was it 240 or did I use 180s? I don't remember. I got a crap load of ammo for 45 ACP. But like I said, the brass lossage, because of the fact that it tosses the brass, is a big problem. My favorite cartridge to reload is 44 Magnum in handgun calibers.
Yeah. I got a Ruger LCR 357-38.
Yeah, anything that is a revolver is fine because it does not throw the brass, which means you can reuse it over and over and over, and you get a surprising number of cycles out of it without doing full-size resizing. So
yeah, I started resizing because
when
he had an 8mm.
You do a resize, and of course you can always anneal the brass. That's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, 44 Magnum pretty much demands reloading if you want to shoot it a lot, because the factory ammo is just so fucking expensive.
Just don't kill anybody with that reloaded ammo.
Oh no, I don't. I use, let's see, what do I use for the 44 mag? I forget my recipe. I have to check I would have to check my notes, and I don't have them on hand. But
yeah, I think it's just crazy when if you reload your own ammo and you use it in self-defense, they consider that intended murder instead of self-defense because.
I thought that was a myth.
No, I mean they can actually use it. I don't know if it's a law in the books, but they'll actually use that against you in court.
Oh wow!
Saying that you could have you reloaded it heavy, or whatever to intentionally kill someone instead of just trying to to inflict more damage to.
Wow. Because I got a couple thousand 240 grain semi-wad cutters for 44 Magnum. And the way I get my brass is obviously I purchase, your standard yellow box UNC 180 grain what is it? Semi-metal jack. Ah, shit. It's been a while. But I get that. But, I mean, 44 Magnum primers and what powder am I using? Alliant?
Yeah, there's so many different powders out there.
Yeah, but, I mean, I actually load them light. So the 180 grain factory ammo has a harder kick than the lead semi-wad cutters that I use because they don't have gas checks on them.
Yeah.
So there's a leading issue.
Well, when you go down the range and you're doing the self-defense training, when you got the doorway set up and the windows and the little houses, because the one range I go to, they got walls set up and stuff, so you can so you can practice like an in-home defense. I use the lightest round bullets and the lowest grain because you're doing a lot of shooting. You just want to get the practice down in, the memory part down in, and then for targets, whatever you're actually going to shoot out, you always have to load your target ammo the same as what you're shooting. So if you're shooting a 158 grain, you got to shoot a 158 grain for target practice.
158 is what I used in the 357 Magnum.
Yep.
But my 357 Magnum is currently not safe. It has a defect in it. Its timing is off. But I've got a nice Smith & Wesson 629 and 44 Magnum with rose grips. Very comfortable to shoot. Mind you, it's not a good carry gun because it's like wearing a boat anchor on your side. You literally list, and you'll walk in a big circle in the direction of the side you're carrying it on.
Well, that's I got the Ruger LCR 357 38 Special. I think the weight on the gun. I think the weight is 19 ounces. I can't remember. And it's a snub nose. The barrel's only 2 inches long. You can carry it in your pocket. You never know it's there. It's hammerless, so you don't have to worry about a hammer catching. You don't even have to draw it out of your coat. You can shoot right through your pocket.
Yeah, I've got a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard in 38 Special, plus P rated. It does have a hammer, but it's a shrouded hammer, so you can still shoot it from your pocket, no problem. It's a J-frame, so it only has the 5-round cylinder. It's 38 Special only, though. It won't do the 30. It won't do 357.
Yeah.
But
that's why you got to practice speed loading too. You know.
Yeah, that's one thing. I don't have a speed loader for it. But it's a reasonably good bug.
Yeah. I think I'm going to switch to the speed loading strips. You can carry more strips. They're easier to carry. The round speed loaders, I had a problem with one. It quit working. You know, with the strips, you know they're going to work. I mean, all it is a piece of rubber. It holds them in.
Yeah.
So.
For my 629, I have H&K. I think they're H&K. Yeah. The round speed loaders. You push the bullets into the cylinder, you twist the knob, and that drops them in, and you close the cylinder, and boom, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
But it's only got, my 629 is a 3-inch barrel with a compensator. So firing it at night is like detonating a nuke in front of your face. I mean, it'll give you night blindness. I mean, the muzzle flash is unbelievable.
Yeah, and Mythbusters did a special on that. If you were to keep your thumb up by the cylinder, you know, in front of the cylinder, between the cylinder and the barrel, the pressure that comes out of there could actually sever the end of your thumb off. There's enough pressure and heat coming out of there to sever.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the cylinder gap. That's another issue. Mind you, the reason I purchased that was simply to have a 44 Magnum. But it turned out to just be so much fun to shoot. But it's not something I would carry for self-defense or use for home defense. I've got better stuff for home defense and better stuff for carry.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think the next one. I think the next one I'm getting is.
I think you cut out.
Oh, I said the next one I'm getting is probably going to be the Steiner bullpup.
Not familiar with that one.
The bullpup's got the trigger behind the receiver, behind the ejector.
Oh, you're talking about a.
No, the trigger's in front. And yeah, the bullpup.
Okay, you're talking about a right. Okay, you're talking about a carbine.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the trigger in front of the ejector mag.
Yeah,
It's front
I'm
of the receiver.
familiar with the bullpup layout. There's a number of different rifles that use the bullpup layout. And yeah, they do have an advantage of having a longer barrel for the overall length of the rifle.
It's a longer barrel, but it's still short. That's what I like about it.
Right. The overall length of the rifle is short relative to the barrel length, unlike the M4, for example, which has a barrel that is just too damn short for the round that it shoots. But my personal preference for home defense actually is a handgun because of the narrowness of hallways and such. Although, if I was in hunkered down mode, then you can be sure that I'd be using a 7.62 NATO.
Now, when you carry, if you carry a semi-auto pistol, do you stagger your bullets?
No, I have the same rounds plus the one in the chamber. They're all. I currently have the 180 grain Golden Sabers in 45 ACP in a Glock 30, so it's 11 rounds, 10 round magazine plus one in the pipe.
Yeah.
My personal preference for home defense is living in Norway.
Yeah. But if you
guys
carry,
are no longer Vikings.
but if you carry and you run a hollow point and then a full metal, if you stagger them hollow point, full metal, you can get that's just that's more along the lines of intention. If you were to actually shoot someone, because sometimes the hollow points will, when they hit a vest, they'll flatten out. They won't penetrate the vest. Well, the full metals will penetrate the vest.
Armor piercing is illegal.
Well, no, it's not armor piercing. It's just full metal. It depends, and even some jean jackets and some coats, a hollow point will flatten out and not penetrate. Where you'll get the full metal will penetrate clothing better than a hollow point. But if you stagger it, so some people will stagger it one after the other, but then they consider that intent. So if you do that, you got to be careful not to knowingly do it.
Yeah, I had no problem shooting the 230 grain hardballs.
Alright, I gotta go AFK for a little bit. I gotta get unloaded and reloaded. I'll be back in probably a half hour or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, someone should broadcast Michael on.
Oh, I didn't know she was on. Okay.
Yeah, she just joined.
Yep.
Hello.
Mark has to be AFK.
Good morning.
Hey, Michael Ann, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Still
Excellent.
listening to more homeopathy shit. So let me make it clear for you, Benjamin, and for Fudd. I don't practice homeopathy. I'm not trained in homeopathy. I don't do homeopathy. I don't understand what the homeopathy thing is. Are we clear now?
All right.
Just because Art thinks I do homeopathy, and I may have had a conversation where I told him about working with physicians who did that. Now, I don't treat patients that way. I don't know how to use homeopathy. So he needs to lose homeopathy.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone does.
Well, I would like you to all go back to the 1 hour, 30 minute, and 23 second spot. Because as I described to you last night, it's not going to take him long to continue to launch in this manner. And there's no stopping him. And now you got you guys talking about it.
Well,
this is what I'm trying to do. If you don't know somebody, you don't get to speak about them. If I want to talk about the earth spinning, I can. But Art has no right to speak about me. I'm not a topic. And whether I believe that the earth spins or it doesn't, or whether I like the quality of photos coming out of NASA, does not matter. I don't ridicule anybody in here for what they think. I don't ridicule Art for what he thinks. I am tired of hearing my fucking name. Is it possible? Is it possible that you people can lose my name? Do not speak about me. It's horrible what you people do. You make up stories, you hear one or two things, and you run with it.
Well, if I've done that...
I'm a medical professional. I have run a private practice in traditional medicine for over 30 years. Does anybody have a problem with that? Benjamin?
No.
Thank you.
I have no problem with that. And if I gave that impression, I apologize.
You people don't know who I am, you don't know what I do for a living, and you sit and listen to somebody who has nothing better to do all day long than pick people apart. That's what you do in high school. Now, I realize Art can't move on. I would expect the rest of you to pick up the mantle and not participate. Now, if Art likes you, you get to do whatever you care to do. Art doesn't like you, your life becomes a pain in the ass. I've done nothing to him, and I am entitled to my opinions. I don't call him crazy. I don't call Von Helton crazy. Von Helton's allowed to think what he wants to think. I'm allowed to think what I want to think. But Art's not allowed to sit and shit on me all fucking day. And if Art wants to talk to me, I am begging the rest of you to not speak to him about it. I'm not a topic of conversation.
Point taken.
Indeed. So, Fud, you need to broadcast Simon.
Oh, shit. I really do not like having mod powers. Fucking responsibility that I can...
And that's why I think FUD is... Oh, am I broadcasting?
Yes.
Yes, you are. You've been broadcasted, Simon.
You're the person
who's doing even worse.
Yeah. Now you need to broadcast Scott.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to give Simon mod powers.
Ooh, I'm not sure I can handle the responsibility.
Good morning.
I'm beginning to think the mod powers come with a bottle of vodka.
They should. I would
think
not
so.
mind having that money refunded to me, honestly. I mean...
Well, it sounds like it was a good buy.
It was a good buy. I actually am enjoying it. And considering the circumstances, I can damn well use it. And Michael Ann, honestly, if I've offended you, I do sincerely apologize. I do respect you, even though I don't agree with all your opinions, but I do respect you as a person. I know you're a good person.
That's the only thing that I require. I don't, you know, you're going to hear crazy ideas from a lot of people. That's what makes 57 flavors. But you don't walk around disparaging somebody because of how they think or feel, just because you think or feel differently. That's human being 101.
I agree.
You don't have to like everybody, but you don't get to walk around pissing on people because they don't believe what you think. tell people what to say. But you can tell people to stop speaking about you. It's absurd.
And you also get your word in as well. You have the right to rebut anyone who disparages you in any way.
That would be fine if the conversation were limited to when I was available to rebut. But you don't.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate.
And it just perpetuates. I mean, seriously, when I have somebody like Deirdre who finally gets to meet me, says, "You're nothing like I heard about."
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. People sit here, they think Art knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't have a fucking clue. Like, whatever that CGI Jordanian pilot shit was about, what the fuck was that about? I never had a conversation with him. Never had a conversation with him. He might have been in a room when I was speaking, but I generally don't speak to Art. Because, through his thinly veiled apologies and wanting to make up, they was as disingenuous and unheartfelt as it could possibly be. Nobody bought it.
Well, yeah. I miss a lot of things due to being AFK or asleep or what have you, so I don't have a complete picture. But for my part, personally, if I have said anything that came across as insulting or anything, I do genuinely apologize for that.
Well, thank you, Fudd. I appreciate it. I just want people to be grown-ups and respect everyone. And I don't care what your views are. You don't get to be a shit of a human being just because you can. It takes a lot of work to be respectful to people.
Sometimes, but usually, I don't know. My normal rule is you treat someone on the internet the same way you would treat someone who can punch you right in the mouth for what you say.
That's exactly correct. I treat everybody the same. I don't care who you are. I don't care what station in life you are. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care what you think. I'm not going to sit here and disrespect you. It speaks volumes of the person, not the one you're trying to disrespect.
Yeah,
and I find it disrespectful. If he wants to sit in a room all day 24/7, let him open his own hangout. But no, it's like you got to get past the gatekeeper, and then it's whatever the gatekeeper says. Well, this was Nadia's room last time I checked, not fucking Art's.
This is true. And Art is currently AFK, so unfortunately he is not.
It's all right, I left him a little note in the chat box. And every time I hear him, I guarantee you, when I can get in, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to be a sourpuss about it. So either we shut him down, as though you do not respond to him when he speaks my name. Let him have his little party of one. Eventually, we can hope he can walk out of it. But his fascination with me and what I think has got to stop.
Yeah, I was. It's probably a feeble excuse, but I mean, I was only being critical of homeopathy, not you.
I know. How many times do I have to tell people I don't do homeopathy?
But
have you heard me scream this about 5 times in a row now?
Yeah.
Does anybody have any question about me and homeopathy?
Now you've made it crystal clear.
There you go. I guarantee you, I will continue over the next days and weeks here about Michael Ann and homeopathy. I'm putting $100 on the table.
I'm not going to pick that up because chances are someone's going to go.
It was at the first hour mark. We didn't get far.
Well, I was thinking from the moment you put the bet down, not retroactively.
Well, it just goes to show what we're up against.
So I would just like to weigh in with a quick clarification, because I feel like there was sort of two conversations happening. Art was asking if you believe that homeopathy works, and you were saying you don't practice homeopathy.
I don't practice it. I couldn't tell you if it worked. The statement that got in his ass was, I have worked for physicians who practice it. That means the doctor did it, not the nurse. Okay, I don't have that skill. I'm an infusion specialist. I was somewhere else in the building. But plenty of people came. Plenty of people were happy. Plenty of people were left. I don't know, Scott. Does homeopathy work?
I don't believe so.
There you go. I can't answer the question.
And
I don't know one way or the other.
And I was not trying to ask you to defend yourself. I was simply clarifying that your answer wasn't really addressing his question.
Because I don't know. Is that an okay answer?
That's a fine answer.
I don't do it. I wouldn't know if it worked. I've seen physicians practice it, but homeopathy is not anything a nurse does. That's the other fucking thing Art doesn't understand, the difference between what a nurse does and what a doctor does. I don't do homeopathy. That means I don't see it, I don't give it, and I cannot report or record the effects of it. Are we clear?
That is about as clear as you can get.
Your nose should be bleeding at this stage with me and fucking homeopathy.
Yeah.
And if anybody doesn't understand that what I practice is nutrition, which is not alternative.
No, I don't think anyone was suggesting otherwise.
Yeah, well, listen to Art for a couple of times, and you'll get the whole deal.
I did. I heard him.
Okay, well, he can't even explain to you what I do for a living, but yet he's going to trash it. And that's the height of ignorance, to trash something you can't even explain.
He's a frog. At least we could meet at a Starbucks together and have a cup of coffee or whatever.
I've done more good for patients in my entire career than Art could ever do. Ever do. And he has no idea who he's talking about or what he's talking about. Now, you want to come to my clinic and see what my patients are doing? I would invite every one of you to come.
Well, you deal with advanced cancer patients, and I'm uncomfortable around people who are dying, and I've been recently personally hit rather hard in the balls by that, and yeah, I cannot deal. You're ahead of me in that respect by light years.
He wouldn't last 1 minute in my shoes.
I wouldn't last half a minute.
I thought about going into medicine for quite some time. I think it comes from having a nurse for a mother.
It's the best work. I can't even begin to describe 30 years of absolutely can't wait to go to work.
Wow.
Yep. Never disappointed in one day.
That is definitely something I would be envious of. Because there's nothing worse than hating getting up every fucking morning to go to your job.
I hear that.
You're not kidding me.
Did that for over 5 years. Well, that's not true. That's not true. It wasn't like 5 years of absolute misery. There were points in time that I enjoyed. But,
Well, fortunately for me, I've always been self-employed. I'm the only nurse in the United States who has her own freestanding ambulatory infusion center where the physicians sign my orders. You don't hear that too often, and you'll never hear it again. I'm quite sure. And you can look it up. It's all verifiable. There's no nurse in the United States who has her own freestanding ambulatory infusion center for nutrition in the United States, except me.
I don't have the wherewithal to go into my own business.
Well, it's pretty funny. I've always pretty much been self-employed, but when I fully launched, in a contract capacity, but when I fully launched to go into my own brick and mortar, it honestly, the physician I was working with pissed me off on a Wednesday. I said, if this is how you want it to go down, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to have an office by Friday. I'll be hanging by Monday, and I'm going to blow your ass out of the water. She was the top doc in New Jersey who does what I do. And all 115 patients followed me. Patients never follow nurses. They follow doctors. And I had an instant business in one weekend with $1,000. And I haven't looked back in 15 years.
Well, you've obviously been very successful with it.
Well, you can't be running around doing crazy things with crazy thoughts to get something like that done. And then to stay in business for 15 years. In this world.
That's
covered by insurance, so it's got to be accepted by medicine. Nothing crazy about nutrition. Doctors are only in charge of the artillery. Nutrition is in charge of the soldier.
Was she in the bed?
I'm having a little difficulty with the metaphor, but I believe that's a shortcoming on my part, not yours.
Shortcomings, Fud.
I like my primary care physician, but he came from he used to work in a hospital in like intensive care, so he's not an alarmist.
Like your arm has fallen off and you're gushing blood.
That's because everything can be fixed, but you want that kind of guy. Keep a cool head in a otherwise difficult situation.
Yeah, we'll get some gauze on that. And do you have your arm with you, or should we go out and look for it? Maybe we can sew it back on.
Well, what I usually tell my patients is, don't get worried till you see me get worried. When you see me get worried, run.
I think the only time I saw him get no, we need to do something immediately was when my best friend was bit by a dog, and he's like, we need to get you on antibiotics immediately.
Yep.
I have a feeling that if Michael Ann gets worried, it's time to rush to the estate there to get your affairs in order.
Yep. That's the ticket.
But yeah, I stand by saying I would never say something behind someone's back that I wouldn't say to their face. And I, quite honestly, that homeopathy thing actually came out of the blue. I had no idea that...
they teach this subject in every freaking university.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. What the hell is wrong with it? You don't have to agree with it. It doesn't have to be main science. I mean, it's the same thing as people talk about Reiki. They talk about acupuncture. They talk about a lot of things. You got people out there drinking fucking wheatgrass thinking they're going to kill cancer. I mean, seriously, they're eating apricot nuts thinking they're going to kill cancer. I'm not saying that shit. I don't do that shit.
There are about as many proposed cures to
People
cancer.
that can't eat. That's what I do. I feed people that can't eat. How harmful is that? How crazy is that? How wild and scary is that I should tell people that I can feed them if they're sick? I mean, seriously.
Well, heck, if they're going to die anyway, what harm can come of it?
Well, quite a bit.
If they're going to die anyway,
are you saying that any suffering prior to death is pointless?
I'm saying that death is rather terminal, and it doesn't get worse than that.
No, I disagree.
Yeah,
I think suffering is worse than death.
Yes, death and dying does not equate to suffering. There's no reason for that. A patient needs to be well fed and well cared for. You don't go as a skeleton because somebody didn't figure out how to feed you or neglected you.
Yeah, starvation is not a quick death.
It's horrific.
Yeah, and one of the things that
I will remind you that dehydration and malnutrition looks like stage 4 everything. And if you can't tell the difference between dehydration and malnutrition and stage 4 cancer, you're likely to die sooner than you should.
That's probably true. I have no way of...
That's why there's people like me who stand by and say there's more wrong here there's more right with the patient than there is wrong. And that's when you start to lean on nutrition and you can help these people get a leg up. Now, does that sound bizarre and crazy?
Not at all.
Well, that's what I do for a living. Did we hear the word homeopathy anywhere?
I've only heard it from Art.
There you go.
And I've only heard it in reference to things that you believe, not things that you do.
I don't believe in homeopathy.
Okay.
Are we good?
We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that Art was never suggesting that you practiced it.
Actually,
no, Art he mistook a statement when I said I have worked for physicians who utilize it. I think he thinks he meant that I was dispensing it. I don't. I was the infusion nurse, 4 rooms over, in an office subcontracted to by physicians who practice this. And you can go to the top universities and find people practicing this. I don't. If I did, I'd be doing it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And
go to my website. Spend 5 minutes and find out who I am and what I do. Don't listen to fucking Art.
I am not. Let me once again be absolutely clear here that I am not suggesting that I agree with anything that Art says at any point. I am simply pointing out what he said. That is all I am attempting to do.
My recommendation is you never repeat anything Art says.
Yeah. Personally, I thought the only joke going around about you, Michael Ann, was the vitamin C thing.
Well, try living without it. Give me a call. Let me know how you do.
I mean, scurvy is an awful thing.
Yeah, I can do without scurvy, thank you very much.
It goes beyond scurvy. You better bone up before you speak up.
Yeah, my traditional... Okay, I think I'm echoing. Or is it...
No, you definitely are, and I can't figure out who.
Hold on, I think it's No Name. Sorry, Bob. I gotta mute. All right, am I sounding? Okay, I'm sounding better now. Yeah, my normal routine. First thing after I wake up, I drink a 14-ounce glass of orange juice.
Let me ask you, why would you do that?
Well, because I seem to have an addiction to it. It makes me feel better. Helps me wake up. And interestingly enough,
do you intrinsically feel that your body might need it?
actually, yes, I do. And
There you go.
Because of the proportion that I'm drinking, it has over 100% of the USRDA vitamin C in that.
And why do you think the government's interested in giving vitamin C? But if I suggest vitamin C, I'm a quack. Dick breath.
Yeah,
I would like to know if the government recommends you to take it, then how come I'm the bad person?
You're not.
I don't think
anyone. Well, look in the side chat for our next latest and greatest intelligent individual.
Oh, I thought you were calling me Dick Breath.
No, I would never call you.
There is quite literally someone in here with the name Dick Breath.
I'm referring to Dick Breath.
Okay.
Okay, because really, the height of ignorance is poo-pooing something you know nothing about. So he has posted something from Quack Watch. I'm going to post something from the #1 vitamin C clinic in the United States who's been doing high-dose vitamin C for all types of treatments since the early 40s almost.
Yeah,
And these are the people that have the research and the peer review and all that shit that you want.
Yeah, I actually did.
So we have to now put up with another shitster who has to come into the room, who is another ignoramus concerning nutrition and vitamin C.
You could be in. I just provided a link that's information that's out there.
From
That's all.
Quack Watch. Geez, what a helpful thing that is.
Well, it's got some quite interesting information.
That's the best you can
the
come
name
up
of the
with?
web, the
That's
name
the
of
best you can come up with?
the name of the website is largely irrelevant. There is a lot of
Oh,
detail.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll bet.
Well, there is a lot of detail on it.
I'll bet. You know, for a detective, you really don't do a lot of investigation work.
Okay.
Well, you can be insulted.
I prepare my case a little better. Okay,
Fine.
you've been using the same article for the whole time.
I've used the article, I think,
you might
once
want
before.
to expand your horizons there, Dick.
I think, we use different articles. I found one that has some interesting information in. That's all. I've not made any.
It's a good one too.
Well, I've not
Why don't
made.
you put the one up there from Mayo Clinic where they did the studies with pills instead of IVs? Why don't you put that one up there?
Well, the three Mayo studies are included in the link I gave.
Yeah, I know, and they didn't do vitamin C IV. They did it by pill,
fine.
so it's two different.
Then I'm sure you can provide information.
I did. It's right under yours.
Fine.
Take a peek.
Okay, I will. I will.
In
No
the
problem.
world.
No problem. We are all allowed to provide our own
Educate yourself.
links. I will do that.
Educate yourself.
I will do indeed. But
Educate yourself.
right, shut up. I've just provided a link, as you have. I've not insulted you or made any claims. That's all I've done, and I'm entitled to do that, same as you are.
Excellent.
Fine. Then no problem.
I did hunt for a toxic dose of vitamin C, and I could not find one.
Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well,
I think
that's my assumption. I mean, excessive doses of vitamin C can cause like diarrhea and whatnot, but
only if you take an inferior pill form. It does not cause diarrhea or GI upset when you take it in the nano form or you take it intravenously. They are two separate items. There is no GI upset. Let me repeat. At any dose when given intravenously. I do things intravenously. It cannot be compared with pills. So when someone puts an article up describing pill taking, it is not describing intravenous administration. They are worlds apart. There are no toxic effects to vitamin C, and there are only side effects to inferior products of C, not the C itself.
I mean, obviously, the two links you provided are from clinics themselves that have a gain to get from the treatments.
Yeah, but
sorry, I haven't finished. I haven't finished
They're the ones that did the research.
I haven't finished speaking yet. And obviously, the quack.
Okay, they don't make money from research.
Jill haven't finished speaking. Would you like to continue?
Yeah, I would, because you're giving out bad information.
I'm
There's
not
a
giving out any
research
information.
center.
I've simply given my opinion that the 2 links you've provided are for clinics that have obviously something to gain monetarily from this treatment. However, I'm willing to accept I'm willing to accept that there may be people behind Quackwatch that have their own biases and their own opinion. That's fine. So I've gone to Wikipedia, which says that vitamin C megadoses are claimed by alternative medicine.
Wikipedia is not a medical thing to be
I
speaking
didn't say
about.
it was.
I mean,
didn't
seriously.
I didn't say it was. However, it does say that vitamin C megadoses are claimed by alternative medicine advocates. Alternative medicine, including.
Okay, well, I don't do alternative medicine. We do orthomolecular. Can you read an orthomolecular article?
I still haven't finished.
Any chance you can get it right?
I still haven't finished. It mentions the advocates, and it's suggested to have preventative and curative effects on diseases such as cancer and AIDS. But the Wikipedia article says the available scientific evidence does not support these claims. So perhaps you need to go in.
I'm going to put up the Nobel research that Albert Szent-Györgyi did, and not your fucking Quackwatch.
Well, I think you'll need to go to Wikipedia and alter that if it's wrong, won't you?
Okay, well, Wikipedia is not a go-to source for medicine. Now, you might want to look at the side chat. You might want to look in the side chats for some real information, where the big boys go to learn about it. Not fucking Wikipedia.
All right, there's no need to be insulting. I'm just making
suggestions. Where a child starts their search.
Oh, grow up.
Take a look into the side chat, sir, from some serious information.
Calm yourself down a little bit, and we're having a reasonable conversation. You're not being insulted, but you seem to find the attitude to insult everyone else that disagrees.
Because you are degrading, and you're
I'm just pointing out that there is other old information which refutes or disagrees with what you say.
As a professional, sir, I would rather read the 2 articles I posted than some stupid Wikipedia definition.
Perhaps you need to go and...
perhaps you need to read what I posted.
The Wikipedia.
Read what I posted.
Well,
some serious information.
In National Institute of Health, basically
already made an issue in the year of 2005.
That link you provided doesn't say anything about the, scientific evidence.
Yeah, it does. Look at Albert Szent-Györgyi's research and the Nobel Prize he won for vitamin C. Where's that not research?
So give
it a whirl. Read it first.
The available scientific evidence does not support claims.
He won a Nobel Prize for it. He won a prize for it.
It doesn't support or prove his claim just because he's done some research.
The research that you've been looking for, not freaking Wikipedia.
He has not proved that there is.
He hasn't proved it to your satisfaction.
He hasn't proved it to the consensus.
To your satisfaction. No, the National Institutes of Health has already ruled.
Right. Have some manners, and when someone else is finished, you can speak.
You're late to the game.
Have some manners.
You're late to the game.
Have some manners.
You're late to the game.
Will you continue? I'll wait till you've finished.
You're above your pay grade, and I don't care how you could be well read, but you're misinformed and you have no insight to this whatsoever.
Right. Okay, you're
and to cite one Wikipedia and a Quackwatch, you should be embarrassed.
I didn't cite them as evidence.
And I guarantee, if your sorry fucking ass came through my doors, you'd be happy as hell I was helping you.
Have you finished now?
I may not be. It all depends on you.
Well, it depends when obviously you're not able to. Your claims are not able to stand up under scrutiny. Could you keep having to interrupt and insult people?
I'm not interested in discussing what I do for a living with someone who has no fucking clue. You got that?
Well, I have a clue, and I've provided some clues, and I'll continue to provide the clues.
And your limited information is laughable.
And your limited information is just a couple of articles.
Let me ask you a question.
With no scientific evidence.
How many lectures have you ever given on the topic? How many?
What's that got to do whether it's proved?
Have you ever been asked to lecture on your topic?
Irrelevant.
Have you? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's because your knowledge deficit is larger than your stupid noggin.
If all you've got is insults, then you've already lost the argument, really.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to lose this one because it's a stupid argument. I'm not talking to somebody who has no concept what they're talking about.
I do. I've looked it up. There's no scientific evidence.
I looked it up. Geez, doesn't that make you a scholar?
Wow.
Well, yes.
Yeah, you're well read, but you're misinformed, Toots. I hate
Well,
to tell you.
provide some scientific evidence that proves your claim. Until then, you've got nothing, sister.
I'm not interested in doing anything
Well, that's
for you.
it. Work
What will you do? Stick to Quack Watch. See how well you do.
Well,
I'd stick to Quack Watch if I were you.
There is some scientific evidence there. Quack Watch are just the name of the website is irrelevant.
It's the exact what it is. It's a Quack Watch because they're quack.
Yeah, it's a guide to pick up quackery, health fraud, and intelligent decisions.
Well, let me ask you a question.
What it's called. The
How
name's
much
irrelevant.
vitamin C do you take a day? Do you even know? Do you know what the daily recommended dose is? Do you even know that? Nope.
What's that got to do with it?
You don't even know what the recommended daily allowance is, do you? What your body requires, not what I said. What your body requires. Do you know that?
What's that got to do with it?
It
can
gives
be known
me
with
an idea about the understanding
How
of
does
your
that prove
level.
it does what you say it does?
I didn't do the research, Toots.
I would say probably the
It was
amount of
done a
vitamin
long
C.
time ago.
The amount of it.
It's in the sidebar. The research is in the sidebar, honey.
Right,
I'm
I've
helping
survived
you.
this far having regular.
Yeah, don't press your luck,
healthy.
honey. You don't know how close to the glass ceiling your ass is.
How would you know?
Glass ceiling?
Okay, because I do this for a living, Chief. Nobody walks off easy.
How would you
What,
know
you
my
think you're
medical
gonna get
history to
away?
tell me that I've survived this far with a healthy, balanced diet? Thanks very much.
Yeah, well, I see. Well, wait till you get something that requires more than just an average day-to-day diet.
Such as?
Call me. A major, devastating, chronic, life-threatening, or long-standing illness. Let me know when that happens, honey.
Well, if I got a long-standing illness, then I would have known about it by now. I would have thought.
Well, one would think, wouldn't it? It seems to
One
be
would,
a new
yeah.
topic for you.
No, as I've said, I've made it this far in life with a balanced, healthy diet. I've never needed to know what my recommended dosage should
You
be.
haven't come upon serious illness.
Right.
And on that day, you're going to need to reconsider your nice little cute healthy diet by Monsanto.
Michael Ann.
Monsanto?
Michael Ann, your question of what is the exact recommended dose of vitamin C isn't necessarily a great way to measure someone's competency. I could run into a developer who doesn't know what a virtual method is. That doesn't make them a bad developer, because the fact is that information isn't vital to.
I personally as some.
Whoa. I would say about 90 milligrams for my age.
Ooh.
All right. During this quiet spot, I'll say that when I looked up toxicity of vitamin C on the National Institute of Health website, they did not have a number.
Wow.
Now, seriously, there is apparently, you can apparently take in a huge quantity of it.
Oh, it's a water-soluble vitamin, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's been known. I would say you're more likely to you're more likely to run into issues with drinking too much water than you are to have too much vitamin C.
That was the impression I got, basically. It's like there's apparently no lethal dose of vitamin C that you can take.
And I've read that obviously that the claims that vitamin C is an alternative medicine as treatment for various things, the evidence for that is mixed. Although molecular-based megadose recommendations are based mainly on theoretical speculation and observational studies.
Okay, well, so what am I to do with my 30 years of practice where I can bear out some of the end results to that? What am I supposed to do with that? Not pay attention?
Document them and put them up for peer review.
There you go. And it's done every day of the week. Every day of the week.
What, peer review papers on the effects are done? Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all out there. Go do your research. I wouldn't be able to practice for 30 fucking years. I mean, seriously, you people don't know what you're talking about. It's
We're not saying what you do is
about oxygen.
We're not saying what you do is illegal. We're just disagreeing. We're not saying what you do is illegal. Of course, you can practice. You can.
Yeah, but you don't have any idea of what I do. Now,
I've looked in the website that you
posted a little
provided.
something in the side chat so that you can read it.
Yeah.
To show how important it is.
Right, that's not scientific evidence to prove anything, though, is it? It's just an opinion. One person's research isn't
No,
scientific
I've
evidence
posted
to
more than
prove
one
anything.
person, my friend.
Right, and I've read both of those links before,
Okay,
and
then
neither
here's the deal.
of them
Then do me a favor. Stop
based on
taking
any
vitamin C.
scientific evidence.
Do me a favor and stop taking it.
Oh my God.
Of course, I have
listen-
vitamin C as part of my balanced and healthy diet.
Bummer.
The question isn't that vitamin C is or is not necessary. The question is if the mega doses of vitamin C bring any benefits beyond what is already scientifically accepted for the regular daily
and
dose.
I'm going to ask you to come into my office and talk to the people who take it.
Right.
Don't talk to the people that give it. Talk to the people that take it.
Right.
And people are down on what they're not up on. And if you don't take it, you're not going to have anything to say about it. And 99.9% of the people I walk into cannot even tell you what the recommended daily allowance is.
So what?
I know I take it.
I don't know what the recommendation is for vitamin B or vitamin D. Doesn't mean I'm going to die tomorrow.
I do.
Okay.
So what?
Well, geez, I must have been trained. Where do you think I got my training from? You think I just woke up
I've
one
already
day?
said to you, I've survived thus far without knowing how much vitamin C I
this
need
all-
a day. Isn't that wonderful?
This all came with my medical training, okay?
So what?
It came
It doesn't prove
with
a
what I paid for to go to nursing school.
All it proves is that you know what the dose
Pay
is.
attention to it because dick breath doesn't have any peer review evidence. What am I supposed to do? Just throw it away?
No.
You don't have to. You don't have to call.
That's how I was trained.
Hang on. You don't
That's
have
how I was trained. I went to nursing school.
So what?
You don't have to name call. And I don't take vitamin C because
I'm not name calling him. That's what he calls himself, Bob.
I'm just saying. All right. Okay. Anyways, I don't take vitamin C because it makes me when I drink it makes me sick. I haven't had vitamin C.
It's the form of vitamin C that you're taking, not the C.
I know, but see, I haven't had vitamin C in 40 years, and I have no problem.
That's not possible, Bob. It's in your food.
Well,
What do you do? You go to the restaurant and you tell the chef, "Oh, can you please take all the vitamin C out?" It comes in your food. Just because you don't supplement doesn't state anything.
Right.
Yeah, well, neither one of you have gotten to the point where you're old enough to have developed a bad disease.
So what?
How old you got to be for that?
Listen, some people it happens in their 20s, and some people it doesn't happen till they're in their 80s.
Right.
Okay.
Well, if 1 in 3 people get cancer, do you think either one of you two guys are in line for that?
So exactly what I'm trying to say. This idea that you go through your entire life
The answer is environmental.
Would you please have some manners and shut up when other people are speaking? Just have some manners if you were taught any, and listen when people are talking, as we've listened to you quite reasonably.
Oh, brother.
You've not been interrupted. All we're saying is that mega doses of vitamin C
in your world.
Again,
in your world.
Again, have some manners.
In your world, okay? You're not a physician.
In the
You're
world.
You're not even a patient.
You're
not even a nurse, and you don't understand the topic. But yes, I gotta listen.
Is your argument so weak you have to interrupt and insult people all the time? Is it that bad?
I'm not insulting you. I'm just pointing out the fact that this is a mismatch.
Shut up when other people are talking, and we can have a discussion.
Shut up.
Well, then stop interrupting.
Shut up.
Stop interrupting, then.
Well, then stop speaking bullshit.
Well, you won't let people finish what they're trying to say before you interrupt.
Who needs to listen to bullshit? You have your side, I have my side. Go take it now.
Well, then let's people hear both sides. All we're saying is that there are no scientific evidence does not
support... In your
support...
world, I have a shitload. I posted them. They're on my website.
They're not evidence. They are a couple of blogs and papers written by...
All right. This is going to be a free-for-all, clearly.
Christ almighty.
If
idiots and fucking assholes.
Yeah, I just thought I'd shut up, just to anticipate it.
I mean, you come in, start moaning about people talking about you, whining and bitching about it. Well, you know.
And you're a real gem of society yourself.
Well, you wouldn't know. People are entitled to their. You said you're entitled to your opinion, and someone's entitled to their opinion. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
I've already reported your ass for bullying me. I'd like you to stop.
No one bullied you.
Go get a life.
No one bullied
you.
No one
Figure
bullied you.
something else to do with your day.
I have a lovely life. Thank you very much.
Go figure out what to do with yourself.
I have a wonderful
You
life.
and Art can sit and talk about homeopathy all day in a circle jerk.
I don't talk about homeopathy.
No kidding.
No, I don't.
Yeah, right.
If you can find somewhere where I have, then knock yourself out. But you won't find it.
Well, the two of you need to find another fascination.
I've not got a fact. I've not spoken about you or been in a hangout with you for some considerable time. I just listened to this one.
And why do you think that is?
You were talking about art earlier. That's all, not me.
You've been blocked since I reported you for bullying.
And nothing happened about that, and no one cares.
Yeah, that's what you think. I know you'd like people to think that.
Well, you don't. Well, what have I mean, Google haven't contacted me. How have I bullied you? But what disagreement? If you think disagreement with you is bullying, then you need to reevaluate some of the things you think. I mean, you're the one saying there is evidence for this, and this is what happens, and then other people have disagreed with you and said, well, no, there isn't any evidence for what you claim.
Okay, well, then why was I trained in nursing school? Why did I
You
get
were trained
that
to be a nurse has no relevance to whether your claims are true or not.
Okay, well, they trained me that way, okay? When you go to cop school and they train you with a gun, this is how they trained me.
Right.
So why is it when I'm in an intensive care unit and the doctor says to me, Michael Ann, I need a nutritional infusion, and I go whip that up? How is that me?
Right,
How
okay.
is that me?
You're trained to
Do you
administer.
remember that nurses take orders?
It still doesn't.
I can't wake up and decide to do
You've
something.
got a real wasp up your ass
I have
about
to be given
being.
an order by a physician before I can do anything.
No one gives a
La
fuck.
la 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 la. I have to take orders.
You were
I
trained.
take orders.
Fine. I agree with
take
you.
orders, and this is how I was trained. And
Right,
I'm
you were
sorry you don't like it. Get a job.
I didn't say that. I said the fact that you were trained to administer nutritional intravenous things has no bearing on whether they have any effect in scientific fact. That's the
I'm
point.
quite sure they wouldn't have trained us in nursing school if it didn't have any validity.
No, nonsense. You're trained to administer IVs.
You don't
nothing
have
else.
to agree with it,
Whether you believe in
but
it.
you can't invalidate it.
Whether you believe what you are administering has any effect is irrelevant to the fact that you're training to administer it.
That means nothing.
It does. It means a lot.
Yeah, I hate to interrupt. I'd like to ask a question of Michael Ann. I have this stuff called Airborne.
Yep.
It's an effervescent tablets that one of the things it includes is a lot of vitamin C. And yeah,
it's the form of C that really depends on how well it's going to work.
Okay,
Traditional pills and powders are not a good form.
All right,
Then you can move into Airborne, which is a little better bioavailability. And then you move into infusion, which is 100% bioavailability.
Right.
And non-toxic at any dose.
Don't disagree with you, but the fact that it may, the fact that that doesn't prove your other claims.
Fact.
The thing.
Fact.
No, I'm actually.
Your other claims.
I'm willing to take Michael Ann's opinion on this. She's basically saying
because remember, I've only been doing this. I'm trained, educated,
I agree.
qualified, and experienced.
What she's failing to miss is that it's claimed as an alternative medicine, and there is the available scientific evidence does not support the claims that it is has any curative effect on diseases such as cancer and AIDS. I repeat, the available scientific evidence does not support the
antiviral,
claims.
antifungal, and natural detoxifier. That's its properties.
The available scientific evidence does not support the claims that they have prevented.
In your small world.
No, in the scientific world. Go and look it up.
Small world. In
nothing
your small world.
Nothing you've provided.
In your small world.
Beat it all you like, love. It doesn't make no difference.
Your small world. Not in my world.
Well, your world's just as small.
Tens of thousands of
very narrow-minded one.
But in your small Wikipedia mind, yes.
No, not just Wikipedia. I've provided several links before. If there is proof that these alternative medicine treatments have preventative or curative effects on diseases such as cancer and AIDS.
Stop taking it.
I don't take vitamin C.
Don't take it. Don't take it.
I have vitamin C as part of a balanced, healthy diet, same as everyone else.
Yeah, that's if you're eating one. Maybe some people aren't dumb.
Well, most people. Well, see, again, the best you've got is childish, girly
Well, you
insults.
make a blanket statement as everybody eats a perfect diet.
I
Well,
said
guess what? For the people that can't eat. What are you doing for the people that can't
This is
eat?
what we call moving the
Any ideas for them?
Yeah, moving the goalposts. Yeah.
Do you have any ideas for people that can't eat? Because those are the people I feed, not people like you.
Right.
Michael Abb, no one here is suggesting that people should not consume vitamin C in any way, shape, or form. That is not being proposed.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay,
It doesn't cure cancer, though. That's the thing.
There's a very famous case in New Zealand about a gentleman who got swine flu, had total whiteout of the lungs. And you go right on to YouTube and write in miracle cure and swine flu. And you just listen to that man's story, and then you come back and tell me what happened.
Right.
And how you think this man survived.
Is there scientific evidence that proves that he got over whatever it was just because he had extra vitamin C?
Would you like to see the research that's been done?
Is there scientific evidence?
Is that called research? Are we into definitions? Do you understand
research? Is not the same as evidence.
Oh my goodness. Then I can't help it.
Well, it's not. I can research something all day long, proving it.
I can't help it. You know what? As a matter of fact, I can't help you.
In doing that. You've done a very good job of shouting people down, but anytime someone tries to even discuss the topic, you just start yelling at them.
Scott, I've been through this with these guys before. I could give a shit whether you like what I do or I don't do.
I have
really
no problems with what you do.
I'm trained, educated,
goalpost again.
and 30
Doesn't matter
years.
whether you're trained or whether you've done it for 50, 30, 10, 5, 150 years. You're not listening. You're moving the goalposts. You are trained as a nurse. No one's claiming you're not. People have vitamin C.
They trained me how to feed people.
So what? Yes, agreed. No one's disagreeing with that.
So where did they get their information from? Why would they train me?
Feeding someone is one thing. Saying that what you're giving them does something else, it cures cancer or AIDS, is what we're talking about.
You don't use the word cure. I know you like to toss that in there, Tootsie. Okay, but I don't use the word cure.
I didn't say you did. You've got a real thing up your ass about
that I run around telling people I cure cancer with vitamin C. Did you not just say that?
I've never said that. No, I said.
Oh, brother.
I'll read it again. Vitamin C megadoses are claimed by alternative medicine, including Matthias Rath and Patrick Holford.
Why would someone want to take a nutritional infusion?
Because someone's convinced them it's going to do them some good.
No, how about maybe their jaw's wired fucking shut and they can't eat? Is that anywhere on your radar?
Okay. No one is saying.
How about somebody that's 30?
You really do need to shut your mouth and listen to what people are saying.
Chemotherapy because they can't.
You really do need to shut up and listen to what people are saying. No one's saying
somebody that
no one's saying you shouldn't feed someone. What we're saying is there is no evidence to prove.
And what happens if they start to get better? Am I to think that is helpful in their therapy?
Michael Ann,
would you like to see what Thomas Jefferson University says about high-dose vitamin C and how it's going to be adjunctive therapy to patients in the future? Would you like to see Thomas Jefferson University in their study, a double-blind study using high-dose vitamin C in cancer?
I'll be quiet and let you rant because that's what you like to do. You ask questions and you won't listen to anybody. You won't listen to anyone else, so you carry on and rant on your own. We'll all just mute. You can have a long rant, and then what's the point in you asking questions? You're not interested in the answers. You're not interested in reasonable, quiet, respectful discussion. You're not. Off you go.
You know, if it was actually up to me, I would engineer the human genome to repair the gene that generates vitamin C.
That's called GLO, galactose oxidase, and it's an enzyme we have in our liver that helps us to convert sugar into vitamin C stores, and we've lost that capability a long time ago. So that when you take a goat produces 150 milligrams per kilogram of body weight of vitamin C. When you stress the goat, it goes to 1,500 immediately. In a human being, based upon our sugar stores and our capability, that ramps up to about 100 grams in a human being.
Yeah.
There is scientific evidence between the animal kingdom and and humans about how we utilize and produce vitamin C.
Yeah, if it was up to me.
We're more like guinea pigs than we are anything else, and this is what the stories have borne out. And in order to run an immune system, the immune system requires vitamin C. If you want to produce white blood cells, you need an adequate vitamin C.
Right, fine. No one's saying we don't.
Okay, well, that's where this is the part where it fits into cancer. Cancer is about an immune system and not the organ you find it in. And the minute you give people high doses of chemotherapy, it is pan-annihilation of their immune system, and then they get a secondary infection, and that's what people die from. So now we combine what we consider to be nature's antibiotic by putting that into the system while producing collagen to help them heal, to help them kill cancer, to give them the nutrition that they need to help be a soldier in the fight and not drug through it. They seem to do a little bit better. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, don't disagree.
That's what I do.
All I've been saying, no one's disagreeing with what you do. No one's saying what you do. No one's saying what you do is wrong. You keep having this big problem with taking things personally with a bumblebee up your fucking backside. What we're saying is there is no scientific evidence that says that vitamin C megadoses have a preventative or curative effect on diseases like cancer and AIDS.
Well, you're wrong.
Oh, either way.
You get to provide any scientific evidence that proves your case. That's all we've been saying. No one's saying your training is faulty or you're
there
not.
There is evidence, and you just refuse to look at it. So what do you want me to do? We can go around all day long.
I've looked at the links. They are not evidence. The links are not evidence.
Go to the Reardon Center where they've been doing the research in a center called RECNAC, which is cancer spelled backwards, specifically doing research, double-blind studies with high doses of vitamin C. Go to the University of Kansas at Wichita. There's a Dr. Jean Driscoll. She's the #1 in high-dose vitamin C and ovarian cancer, doing amazing things. Then skip on over to Thomas Jefferson University, where for the past 8 years they've been doing high doses of vitamin C. As a matter of fact, they just put a presser out on TV. And you can see this. It's on my website. And they interview a woman in stage 4 lymphoma, and she was not responding to anything. They tried surgery. It didn't work. They started chemo. It made her sick. They then gave her radiation, blew out her bone marrow, gave her a bone marrow transplant, and then said, you know what? Go home and die. We got nothing for you. Another physician said, you know what? Let's put her in Jefferson's study for lymphoma and vitamin C.
Yep.
Yeah, 10 weeks she had tumor reduction. That's their words, not mine.
Right, and has it been proved that the tumor reduction was directly affected by vitamin C?
Let me ask you this question. If you were somebody that ran through that gauntlet and they couldn't move a tumor in a year and a half through
everything, not answering my question, is it? It's not answering my question.
I can't. Well, this is what these are the studies that are being done as we speak.
Right, I'll ask it again.
Yeah.
Is there any scientific evidence?
Yes.
That is proven.
Go to Thomas Jefferson.
Right.
Go to Wichita, Kansas.
Can you please be quiet while I'm trying to ask the question? Please.
I'm telling you where to go to find the answer.
Can you please be quiet and let someone finish what they're saying? I asked.
You will find it in any.
For fuck's sake.
I'm trying to tell you where you're going to find it.
Shut up and let people ask the question first.
You already asked it 5,000 times.
And you didn't answer it. The American Cancer Society
I've answered it as best as I'm gonna. You don't have to like it.
So the answer then is no.
No, the answer is yes.
Where's the scientific evidence that shows that treatment reduced the tumor? No, you are the one making the assertion and the claim.
Go find it.
There's none. Why?
I'm good. Well, listen. When you get cancer, call me.
No thanks.
Save my number.
No thanks. You're all right.
If I was the emperor of the world,
I'll make do.
Yeah,
I'll bet you will. Good luck.
If I was the emperor of the world, I would have the vitamin C gene fixed in
Absolutely.
so that they could produce.
That's all I'm asking. I mean, there's the claim that this person, as you said, had all this treatment, nothing worked. They went and had some vitamin C treatment.
That's Thomas Jefferson's claim. That's
Again,
Jefferson's claim, not mine.
Shut
At
up.
the very least,
Shut up.
Scurvy.
Shut up.
Again, there isn't. I asked.
Yeah, in your world. We
Fuck's
got
sake.
that. We got that. We got
No, not
that.
in my world. You made the claim, Michael.
Yeah, in your world, it's
That
pretty
the
limited.
tumour
Skippy,
was
with your
reduced. That's
Wikipedia.
wonderful. No, the tumour was reduced. That's wonderful. We're talking about the claim you made. Keep up. The tumour was reduced.
Here's
I've asked.
another one. Here's a nice little research
Is there any
article
sign?
on
Is
the
there any
miracle
sign?
and swine
Is there?
flu. Here's one on
Is
swine
there?
flu.
Goalpost moving again? Are we?
It was a huge medical miracle. It
Right,
was
keep the
known
goalposts.
around New Zealand. As a matter of fact, they even changed New Zealand's vitamin C laws.
Try and keep the
Take a
goalposts
look
still.
at that little video, and you let me know.
Right,
And I'm
Michael.
going to go post up Thomas Jefferson's video, so you can see what the real people
And then
are
you can
doing
post
with
the
that
evidence
guy.
that prove the scientific evidence that proves.
I am.
that-
You just don't happen to like it. Knock yourself
I
out.
managed half a sentence there, I think.
Yep. Well, give it a whirl. You'll see what you'll.
Well,
you'll
what's the
figure out
point?
what-
What's the point in starting to speak? You just
You'll
shout over
figure
people to
out what
stop
other
them.
people know. You'll soon figure out what other people know.
What I was
People
trying to
are
say
always
was,
down on what they're not up on.
I'll try and say it really quick. Oh, I've got half a sentence. There. That you said that the tumour reduction may be as a result of the vitamin C treatment. Can you provide scientific?
I didn't say that. Thomas Jefferson did.
Right, I don't care.
That's what their studies show.
I said their study
You
shows
can
that it
take
might
from
be.
that
Where's the
what you care
scientific
to.
evidence that
You
says
can
it
take
was?
what you care to from it.
You made the assertion. The American
you can take what you
Cancer
care to.
Society has stated, although high doses of vitamin C have been suggested as a cancer treatment, the available evidence from clinical trials has not shown any.
Yeah. Well, and what year was that written, Skippy?
No, Skippy. Dick Breath's my name.
Specifics.
Yeah. What year? What year was that written?
I don't know. You tell me. Go find
I
it.
don't know. You're reading it.
Same as the claim you made that this tumour was reduced as vitamin C. I'd like to see the evidence if there is any. That's
I'm
all.
about to post Thomas Jefferson for you so you can listen to it in their own words.
No, I want some evidence.
Okay, well, they have the evidence, honey. Go look at it.
They don't. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's in your world.
There isn't. No, not in the world.
In your world.
No, on planet Earth.
I was on the front page of the Inquirer, June 6th of 2006, for the work that I do.
Isn't the Inquirer a tabloid?
No, it's the freaking major paper of Philadelphia.
Oh, I think there's a tabloid called the Inquirer too.
Yeah, there is.
National Enquirer. Never mind.
Exactly.
The work that you do has
That
no
would be
bearing
with
on
an
whether
E.
it works.
That would be with an E, okay, not with an I.
There's
Now,
no-
I highly doubt that I would make, and you can go look this up. It's Father's Day of 2006, front page, Sunday Times, above the fold.
So what?
Specifically for the work that I do.
Okay, the work you do has no bearing on whether it's any good or whether it's proven to be
I'm quite
proven to work.
Quite sure they're going to put somebody shitty on there.
Yeah. I can back up Michael Ann on the newspaper thing.
I don't think anyone is trying to refute that.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the Thomas Jefferson link. And you can hear in a little 4-minute video this woman speak her story.
Right.
And
Personal
what has
testimony.
happened for her.
Personal testimony isn't
Thomas
scientific evidence. Personal testimony. It worked for me. It's not scientific evidence that it works. Full stop.
She's in the clinic speaking with the physicians.
Right. Okay. So.
Okay, so it's not what you're saying it is.
I can go and sit with my doctor and say, "Oh, those aspirin I took last week seem to have cured my gout." It doesn't mean that aspirin cures gout.
Okay, well, we have a little more than that, my friend. If you would like to go listen to Thomas Jefferson and the research and the studying that they're doing, and you can listen to a woman who has a real story to tell about what the role of vitamin C played for her.
For her, yes.
Has the evidence for this stuff ever gone past anecdotes?
Yes, we've been doing it for 30 years. These are the same infusions we use in ORs, ERs, battlefields, and burn units.
That's not what he asked you. The evidence.
I said yes.
Where's
Okay,
the scientific
it wouldn't have
evidence
been
then?
in my school books if there wasn't evidence.
Right, can you show me something that says definitively, scientifically?
I've been posting all morning.
No, you haven't. You've posted a bit of research and study. You've provided no actual evidence that says vitamin C megadoses have preventative or curative effects on
I would
cancer and AIDS.
suggest that you go to the National Institutes of Health and look at what they looked at to make their decision.
That's
obviously it has to be out there if the government has already ruled. You're late to the game.
No, I'm not.
You're 10 years behind the times.
There is no evidence.
Minimally.
Dear, oh dear, I don't think you understand what scientific evidence actually
We see these IVs all the time. We see them in athletes. We give these to thoroughbreds. There isn't an actor.
So what? It doesn't mean they cure cancer, for fuck's sake.
There's a lot of infections we don't have antibiotics for. E. coli, MRSA. What are we supposed to do with those people? Do you have any idea?
There was a 2002 review of 33 years of research on the matter of vitamin C to treat cancer, and that concluded we have
2002. Okay,
2010.
2016.
This one's 2010. We have to conclude that we still do not know whether vitamin C has any clinically significant anti-tumor activity, nor do we know which histological types of cancers, if any, are susceptible to this agent.
And who's saying this?
Let's have a look. That's the... it was in a health sciences journal. I'll get the Puerto Rico Health Sciences Journal.
I know I'm kind of biased.
1,609 patients and 33 years research. We don't know what the recommended dose of vitamin C is, if there is indeed such a dose that could produce any anti-tumor response.
Well, that's not what I see. And here's more.
Well, I've given you the source, so.
Well, it was a journal. It certainly wasn't a peer-reviewed, double-blinded study medical review.
Yeah. I know I'm kind of biased, but Philadelphia does have some very good research, medical universities,
Here's the research clinic done by the Reardon Center. I just posted on the side chat what it is that they do. And over the course of 39 years, their research has been awarded 13 patents, more than 130 articles have been published. Research results are presented to the public and the scientific community through peer-reviewed journals, lectured, the Reardon Clinics newspaper, and presentations. It is a non-profit organization, and they're funded by private donations.
Okay, where does it say in any of what you just put on the sidebar that vitamin C, high doses, prevents or cures?
Okay, well, that's what their center's job is to do, is to study and research high-dose vitamin C for all chronic, life-threatening, and long-standing illnesses. And for 39 years, they have collected the peer review information that you're looking for. Now, if you like to, you just click on, you go under resources, just like I did, and you can read their research and their double-blinded studies and their peer reviews, just like they've posted.
Well, it actually says a cancer study.
Over 130 articles have been published. Research results are presented to the public and the scientific community through peer-reviewed journals, lectures, and the Reardon Center's newsletter and presentations.
It says that a cancer study that's in human trials at the moment is showing promising results with stemming the growth of cancer cells.
Well, those are the studies that are going on currently.
This is there's studies. There still is no. There's still
no.
The
Reardon Center has different research from 39 years ago.
Sure, but there's still no definitive proof or evidence to say that it has any preventative or curative effects.
If you go read their peer-reviewed studies, you might find a little different information.
Promising results is something completely different. That was 2010, and yet the one you've given there that I've looked at.
Okay, well, the Reardon Center is doing studies for 40 years.
Okay, studies.
And they're doing them currently.
Fine, but they still haven't proved that there any definitive evidence that it does do what you're saying it does. The fact that they're doing ongoing studies is wonderful, but they still haven't come to the conclusion that it's doing any good. They're not saying it's doing anything bad, but there's no scientific evidence to prove that it works.
Well, I
the
beg
way
to
that
differ.
you're saying it. Well, you may
I
beg
beg
to
to
differ,
differ.
but yeah.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Sure, but all you've got at the moment is anecdotes
No, that's not anecdotal. I'm sorry, you've got peer-reviewed journals coming out of RecNet,
No,
and you
that
just don't want to
peer-reviewed
read them.
journal is the. I've
You
just read.
don't. I led you to them.
Yes, and all it's saying is they're doing research.
Do I have to
They've had
read
some
them for you?
promising results.
Do they have to read them for you?
Oh,
you repeating the same two words over and over again doesn't make any difference.
Well, it doesn't make
You're
any
just
difference.
embarrassing
You
yourself.
repeat. You've been repeating yourself over and over again. You're not doing anything for yourself either. Trust me.
As Scott has said, or as we've already said, that they're doing studies, they're doing research, they're doing this and that. Fine, great, wonderful. But they haven't yet proved it to be the case, which is what you're asserting.
So proving that scurvy it was a problem. That's nothing. That doesn't go anywhere.
Again, you're moving the goalposts.
No one
it's
is
a disease.
disagreeing
It's
about
a-
vitamin
it's
C
a
and
disease.
scurvy. No one is
Okay,
disagreeing on that.
do any of you people know what vitamin C's role in the body is? Because I do.
Again, you're moving the goalposts. Again,
Well, if you don't understand what it does, then how can we speak about it?
I don't have to understand what it does.
Oh, okay.
I have to
Great.
understand that there isn't scientific evidence to say it
In
cures
your world,
or prevents
in your
cancer
world,
or
there's
AIDS.
plenty of evidence in mine.
No, there isn't any definitive evidence. You've got research and anecdotal or opinions. That's all you've got.
Wrong. That's your
No,
world.
right. That's all you've
That's
shown
your
so
world.
far. I've read everything you provided. All it's given is
Okay,
anecdotes,
so let's put
opinions,
down some of the
and
information that won a Nobel Prize in disease prevention with
information is not
Alex and
scientific
Gorigi,
proof.
and from our little buddy Linus. Let's see what they all have to say.
Linus.
Yeah, Linus Pauling, the guy you're stuck on. Okay, he
I'm
didn't
stuck on
invent
him. I've
vitamin
mentioned
C. It was
Rath and
Alex
Holford.
and Gorgi.
Right, fine. Again, it says that it was vitamin C in high doses as a treatment for cancer was promoted by Linus Pauling in 1976, but everyone has
Cancer
said
is about an immune system, Tootsie, not the organ you find it in. Okay, vitamin C is required by the immune system.
Where did I mention any organs?
Inference there about vitamin C and cancer.
Where did
but
I
nobody
mention any
walks
organs?
around telling anybody it cures it. So stop saying it.
I didn't say you did. I said I read something that said. I'll repeat it again. The trials were criticised by the National Cancer Institute for being designed poorly, and it said that
Yeah,
all
they were
studies.
designed poorly. That doesn't mean that the vitamin C
Other-
functioned poorly.
No one's saying it wasn't. We're just saying that they have to conclude they don't know whether vitamin C has any clinically significant anti-tumor activity.
And-
All the
and who's
consensus of
that?
scientists.
Who's that?
I've already told
Who's
you
that?
this. The American
Who's
Cancer
that?
Society, the National Cancer Institute.
Okay, well, that's not the all-governing body of everything. You know, there's more than one.
Well, I'd rather trust them than a person that said I feel a lot better since I've had a lot of vitamin C.
Yeah, medicine never did any harm, ever.
Where did I say that?
This is just a mess.
Yeah. He's moving the goalpost all around the pitch. They're on bloody wheels with an engine stuck to them.
Big deal. Whoop-de-doo. Stick to detective work.
Oh, here we
Call
go.
me if you need any
Ad
help.
hominems when you got nothing else. Carry on.
Carry on. Tally ho.
Tally ho. What's next? Gall blimey, Governor, let's have a cup of tea.
Oh.
I don't doubt you're a wonderful nurse. You've done
Oh,
years and
please,
years and
stop patronizing me. Get
I'm
lost.
not. I'm not. I'm just saying. I've never queried your qualifications as a nurse or your training or anything else. I'm just trying to.
You don't have to agree with what I say. You don't have to like what I have to say, but you cannot invalidate it. End of story.
But you have to
Find another
validate.
topic on
You
it.
have to validate
You're
it
just
first.
going to have to find another
have to-
topic.
Well, it's a bit. You see, the burden of proof is yours if you're making assertions or claims.
I didn't make a claim to anybody. I don't come on here discussing what I do for a
Well,
living.
you did.
You're just
You did.
stuck on it.
It's nothing to do with what you do for a living. It's the claims you make.
Well, what do you think I do for a living?
Well, what you've said you
I
do.
claim to feed people. That's what I claim.
Yeah, no one's claimed that you
Problem with
don't.
that? Do you got a problem with that?
No, no one ever has.
Then shut up.
No,
Find another topic.
the problem is the claims that
No
you make.
problem.
That what you
That
do.
you have a problem that you can't get off the fucking topic. We
No.
get it. You don't like it.
No, it's not about not liking
We
it.
get it. We get it. You don't have to like it.
Who's
Take
we?
Party dolls and go home.
Yeah. He tried again, trying to shut down any disagreement with you. It's really
Because
poor.
I'm tired of this bullshit.
Well,
I'm not
see you
interested
later
in
then.
whether or not you believe me or not. I
Don't
could
make
give
the-
a shit.
Don't make the claims then. Simple, isn't it, really?
Then don't listen, honey bunny. I'll claim anything I care to.
Well, then we'll say anything we care to. Works both
Knock
ways. lads.
yourself out.
That's
Then-
sort of how it works.
Yeah, exactly. What you want is to be able to say and do what you like without any disagreement or opposition. And you'll insult and shout over people that try to.
Oh, please.
Uh,
You're Mr. Decorum.
I've not insulted you at all in this entire conversation.
Big whoop-de-doo. Honey, my world is not going to change because you don't like what I do for a living.
I don't want it to.
There you go. Give it a whirl. I would
Oh,
find
please.
another topic. I really would.
Well.
You've exhausted this one. You've ran out of your Wikipedia crap.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Wikipedia.
Whew.
That was a ride.
I would certainly say the topic has been exhausted, but probably not for the same reason.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I need to go and get a glass of orange juice or something. What else should we talk about?
Hey,
For swine flu.
don't
Sorry?
drop the orange juice.
We've exhausted that topic, I think, as you just said. So we'll just choose another one.
Amen.
Yeah. People have their morning coffee. I have my morning orange juice. Don't knock me for that.
I need a morning throat lozenge because, ugh.
Yeah, you haven't actually been doing much shouting, so I don't think you need one.
No, I need one because I have a sore throat.
Oh, okay. That's a
The
separate...
sore throat is pre-existing to this discussion.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe I'll have some honey.
Hey,
That's good for the throat.
Michael Ann,
Yes, sir.
can you PM me? Because I don't know your G plus, but my G plus should be exactly what my avatar says. Because since you live so close to me, I think it would be cool to, meet for coffee or something just to chat. Social.
That sounds good. I think I have you in my circles.
Do you? I'm not really good with these circle things. I'm not a Google Plus aficionado, but
Yeah, I'll send you my email.
yeah, that would be cool. Because sometime in the next week or two, I've promised to visit my grandfather. Because
Sure, come stop by the office.
Well, actually, I was. You work with cancer patients. I gotta confess, I have.
We work with everything from wellness all the way up to end stage cancer. Everything. Nutrition covers everything.
Right. I am uncomfortable around people who are dying.
Yeah, you mentioned that
Well,
earlier.
you'd be interested to know that when my infusion suite doesn't look like a chemo room. There aren't people sitting there looking like they're dying and sad. These are people that are thriving and surviving. They're doing well. You're not going to see anything in my office that would scare or upset you, I promise.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. Because my mom's been through chemo, and it was back when Neupogen was in trial, and she managed to get on the trial, and I think that helped her get through what the chemo does. But she was still, unable to do anything during that course of the therapy.
It's very devastating therapy, and patients need all the help they can to be able to survive it.
Yeah, I've seen that,
And I got tired of watching people not meet their projected outcomes because they couldn't eat to meet their need. And if you're going to start sucking down Clorox or stand in front of a radiation ray, you've got to eat to meet your need. This is a heavyweight bout, and lightweights don't do well.
Yeah,
and the instant you give them 1 or 2 doses, they stop swallowing their own spit, and then you got to stand there and watch them kill themselves. It's assisted suicide.
Yeah. Well, my mom is a 15-year survivor now, I think, of the cancer.
Stage 1s and stage 2s usually do very well. The 3s and 4s, you better have God on your side. Because then when they start leaning on you, it ain't pretty.
My grandmother had pancreatic cancer, and
that's a death sentence.
Yeah, she made pretty much the projected outcome of the treatment, which was about a year. And then it came back, and she didn't want to go through the therapy again.
99% of patients, once they get through the gauntlet the first time, even if it means saving their life, will not do it the second time.
Yeah.
It just beats the fight out of you.
You can't do it. It's brutal.
Yeah, Richard Feynman, one of my role models, was killed by pancreatic cancer. And it turns out Steve Jobs' whole business was pancreatic cancer, and he sought out.
And see, I'm upset that his doctors allowed him to get so skinny. Why do doctors, they don't even mention anything. They don't help you. They do nothing to assist you. And they'll watch you lose weight to the point where you can't even keep your pants on. And they say nothing.
Yeah, that is so true. When I was speaking to my grandfather yesterday on the phone, he never got a clear answer from his wife's doctors about what the fuck was wrong with her. Not a clue. It was, I tell you, it was...
Well, I tell people all the time, you would never go into a court of law without a lawyer. And I'm telling you now, don't ever go into an oncologist's office without understanding the lay of the law or the language, or you're not going to be in good shape.
Yeah, my mom survived her cancer, but, my grandmother, well, being in her 90s, that is kind of near an end of life. And
well, that's the other thing. You seriously have to decide, when you're at 75 and older, if they first find cancer at that age, do you really want your last year to be your worst year?
Oh, fuck.
And if it took 75 years to get the cancer, you probably got another 5 before anything major happens. But then you lean on a 75-year-old, and in 2 doses, you can take them off the planet. And that wasn't the disease, but the treatment.
Well, she was in her 90s. I don't remember her precise age when she died. I mean,
actually, I've got a discussion topic that I think could spur some interesting debate here. More of a, I guess, ethics and morality than outright just a medical decision. Did everyone hear about the girl whose mother was pretty staunchly anti-modern medicine? She was diagnosed with I think it was a form of cancer that has a very, like a 70% success rate of survival, and she was refusing treatment because her mother had her convinced that they were poisoning her, and the state ended up mandating, because she was a minor, that she could not refuse the treatment. I think she was 17.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the topic because I think the mother was wrong and was misinforming her daughter. But at the same time, I don't know how I feel about the state being able to mandate something like that.
I don't know that she could have misinformed her daughter. I mean, you really, honest to God, have to understand what it's like when you start sucking down Clorox.
Well, okay, so
you have to understand that, and the statistics are that 75% of oncologists won't take chemo.
I agree with that, and I understand that the treatment is brutal.
Because here's what I have to say to my patients. Do you want to die of the disease or the treatment? Because the plan is different for both. There's no guarantee you're going to die with the disease. But I can almost guarantee if we start leaning on you with this treatment, you're not going to survive it. As a matter of fact, I have a gentleman who's come to my office. This gentleman is 6'4", tall like you can't imagine. He weighs 132 pounds.
Oh my God,
and his doctors want to take him for chemo. And he said to me, if I take one dose, it'll kill me. I said, I understand.
Yeah, you need to bulk up for that.
Well, this is what happened. He went through the first round. It made him so sick. He lost 50% of his body weight. Now, that doesn't come off in a day. Where were his doctors? Who allowed that?
That's actually an interesting thing. And from what I've been, most doctors will say like they're not nutritionists, so they don't really weigh in on the topic. But I feel like
here's the problem.
Shouldn't they be?
The problem is they don't need to be because we have nutritionists and nurses to help do that. The problem is not what to eat, it's that they physically cannot eat. And this is why we bring in things like cannabinoids and marinol and megase so we can get their appetites back, because if I can't feed them, I can't treat them. And it makes no sense to continue to lean on a treatment when the patient is dying and the cancer is still there.
And it's unfortunate that you can't.
And if you don't understand the difference between dehydration and malnutrition and stage 4 cancer, you will surely die of one thinking it was the other. But a professional knows the difference between a body in decline from dehydration and malnutrition, because even at a subclinical level, it looks like stage 4 everything.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, everybody's got a plant in their house that they haven't watered for a while. And you say to yourself, I got to throw that plant away, and you never do. And then one day you have an extra glass of water sitting there, you throw it in the plant, you walk away, you come back an hour later, and the thing looks like it's brand new.
Yeah.
Was that plant dead, or did it just need to be fed?
Plants are a bit more robust than humans.
They're more resilient in a lot of ways. Or they can be.
Well, I will tell you that I have people who come in where their chin is on their chest, they haven't eaten in 3 months, they're expected to suck down Clorox, and we begin to rearrange them nutritionally, and the soldier begins to pick back up and lead the fight instead of being drugged through it. That's the role of nutrition. It is adjunctive. And you've got to match pound for pound nutrition if you want to suck down Clorox.
I'd prefer not to suck down Clorox.
99% of America would prefer not to suck down Clorox, but there's a way to protect yourself nutritionally so that the downside isn't bad.
Yeah, because I've actually had chemical burns on my skin from Clorox, and that's only 5%. I would hate to imagine what the stuff that they use to spray down houses where Ebola people have died, because, you know, that stuff is milky white. You know that's a shitload more than 5%.
I think all of this I absolutely agree with, but I suppose that the larger question I have is that, given that the sort of swinging back around to the topic, given that the girl's chance of success was so high, I mean, I don't know. There's definitely
medical care is criminal, in my opinion.
Do you know that in oncology, doctors buy their drugs wholesale, unlike any other physician in medicine? They pre-purchase these drugs and resell them. You don't think they're selling them at wholesale, do you?
No, of course not.
Now, what does that
Everything
tell
is
you?
sold at retail.
The average cancer patient, regardless of stage, minimally, will be about $2 million to their oncologist if he can get you to run the gauntlet for a year. Most women with ovarian cancer are on chemo for 3 to 4 years minimally. You know, people think, so I take a round of chemo. How bad could it be? Yeah?
Oh, shit.
Some people never come off chemo. They go until they see tumor reduction. Now, they don't care whether the tumor might be dead and never reduces in size. We have people, I had a guy the other day, fully riddled pancreas, still produced insulin, still able to eat a meal. They couldn't take it out, and he weighed like, I don't know, 88 pounds. They couldn't give him chemo and radiation. But that body still functioned. You know, we have plenty of things that we don't have treatments for. Plenty of infections, plenty of viruses, fungus, mold. We don't have drugs for this shit. The only thing you have is an immune system, and you got to turn it on.
Various forms of stress.
Everybody has cancer. The question is, who has an immune system? And if you have an immune system, you will negotiate the road and live as long as your peers do who don't have what you have. Cancer's more like diabetes. We manage it these days if we don't kill them from the freaking cure.
In my mom's case, it was caught early enough. There was surgery involved, followed by chemo, and she was lucky enough to get on the Neupogen trial. The Neupogen, I think, saved her life because the
Well, understand, the life of a white blood cell,
horrible.
20 days, 20 to 28 days. And every 28 days, you will reproduce your white cells. So chemo oftentimes is given once a month because they have to wait for the white cells to regenerate by law before they can hang another dose.
Yeah,
so that's why they run these white blood cell counts, because that tells them whether or not they can hang a dose. If the white count is too low, they by law are not allowed to hang the dose. There are more people that die at Sloan Kettering on the day of chemo than anywhere else on the planet. And why is that? Because they have special permission by the government to use larger doses, experimental drugs, tripling and quadrupling of medications that were not researched to be put together. I mean, they're out there doing some serious stuff.
Yeah, she was lucky.
You talk about, the peer-reviewed studies on things. We've got 5 breast cancer drugs. Not one of them is really effective. So then they back these girls up with Avastin, which is not effective, not even made for breast cancer, but they give it to them anyway.
Yeah.
So you talk about peer-reviewed studies for vitamins. How about peer-reviewed studies for the freaking Clorox you got to suck down?
Yeah, my mom was lucky to get on that trial because I think without that trial, she would not have survived the chemo.
Here's the problem with the trial. You don't know whether or not you're getting the drug.
I am aware of that. It's a double-blind deal.
So we have no idea whether your mother spontaneously healed or she got the drug. How would we know? And you know what's really funny? When you're in the study, you don't even get the answer.
That's true. It's double-blind.
Why? No one should ever do a study. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. If you're in the fight of your life, I'm not thinking I'm tossing my hat in the ring on a study.
Well, at the time, it was that or nothing. So, 50-50.
Remember, when a traditional physician says to you there's nothing more that can be done, does not mean that there isn't anything that can be done. That just means you're at the limit of his toolbox.
Right.
Okay, so that's why you get 5 opinions.
Yeah, that was essentially the case. I mean, it was basically, what else? There's nothing to lose at this point. So be in the study, you have a 50% chance of actually getting the real medication rather than a placebo.
Why would anybody? It always fascinated me. You know, you really haven't lived until someone's told you to go home and have your affairs in order. I've had that as a professional. Another professional looked me dead in the eye when I was 40 years old, healthy as a horse. His knees buckled and he blanched. And I looked at him and I said, you know, we're trained not to do that. What is the problem here? He said, this is where I have to tell you to go home and get your affairs in order. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, this is, if I think this is what it is, and I'm going to walk it down to pathology, he said, this is malignant melanoma. Nobody holds melanoma for 20 years. And this is the hardest part of my job. I must tell at least 10 women a week that we have nothing for them. Go home and get your affairs in order.
Yeah.
Now, at that moment, you stop breathing, you stop thinking, you go into panic mode because you say to yourself, this is an educated man. He would not make a statement like that unless he felt it was true.
Right. Yeah.
Well, luckily for me, I happened to be working for the top docs in Philadelphia who were treating all the top cancer patients nutritionally and with chemo and radiation and nutrition. We don't do alternative. I don't do eye of newt, wing of bat, and shark cartilage.
Right.
I was not afraid because when I said to the doctor, what if I go home and turn my immune system back on? He laughed because he didn't understand what the other doctors understood. But I understood it because I was watching them do it, and people who had far worse disease and ravaged bodies than I had. I knew it was a no-brainer. Took me 10 days to get my shit back together when someone tells you to go home and die. But after that, I'm now 16 years past dead. And my doctor gets flowers on the anniversary of my death. They've got to stop telling people when they're going to die. Remember, doctors are only in charge of the artillery. They're not in charge of the soldier. That's nutrition's job. But if you cannot eat to meet your need, as it regards disease and treatment, you better stick your arm out. And each infusion is the equivalent of 3 months' worth of a macrobiotic diet in a half an hour. I'm talking about nutrition and the strength of medicine.
Yeah, my mom officially passed her 10-year period of survival some years ago. So
that's huge.
It is. I'm glad she's still around.
Cancer is environmental. When I started nursing school, it was maybe 1 in 100. It's now 1 in 3. And that's male and female, white and black, young and old, fat and skinny. I don't care what you got going. It's diet and lifestyle produced. It's an environmental problem, and it is global. It's very rare when we test these people out do we come up with these genetic ones. They're the ones we used to get all the time. You test them out, it's a genetic problem. Now, we're not seeing genetic ones. We're not seeing the HER2 breasts as much as we see everybody else. We got the estrogen problems. We got the triple negative problems. You very rarely will see a HER2 come in. We see zero, pretty much zero of the brain tumors that come into my office are non-congenital, non-genetic, not hereditary.
So they're caused by environmental.
Environmental. Whatever, it's not about if you have cancer. We all have cancer. We all have Epstein-Barr. We all have cytomegalovirus. These are things that sit in our body and they're dormant because our immune systems run like a thermostat. And it's quietly running behind the scenes 24/7. And the immune system underpins every other organ. And you've got to feed it just like you would feed every other organ.
So we're basically fucking up our environment by soiling our food supply.
There's something wrong between the electromagnetic fields, our genetically modified foods, our processing of foods, the drugs that are in our water, our air, the chemicals that are being given by physicians. I mean, the toxicity level of your average individual is overwhelming.
Yeah.
And that's why by 40 and 50, most people's wheels get up and pick one. It's heart disease or cancer in this country.
Yeah, I cannot believe that Roundup decays fast enough to.
I just posted an article to Airmean about Roundup. Roundup, you can't go near Roundup without a hazmat suit, and she's out there spraying double coats.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Well, the
Monsanto
government
comes
just
up with
issued. The government just issued that they've been covering up for many years how lethal and cancer-producing Roundup is.
Yeah, Monsanto comes up with a GMO that's immune to Roundup so that farmers go and spray Roundup 24/7 on their crops.
I don't know why anybody thinks we have to modify water, air, and food.
It's fucking insane. Because
It is insane.
it's aerosolized, so it's in the air. It goes into the water supply. I mean, and the half-life of it is actually a function of the sunlight shining on it. So once it goes underground into the water supply, that half-life shit that they're talking about no longer applies because there's nothing to break it down. The half-life is a lot longer than Monsanto claims Roundup's half-life is.
Well, they hugely covered up the toxicity.
Yeah, it's kind of like back in the days with DDT. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
DDT is harmless. Look at us spray it all over people. No one gets sick from it. Oh, but wait a minute. Fat tissue absorbs it, keeps it, holds it on, and it starts killing the pelicans and doing all sorts of other things. What's it doing to the humans? Nobody bothers to ask.
It's just sad. Sometimes in medicine, I see where they make people disposable, and I don't find any human being to be disposable.
Insurance companies also make people disposable.
Well, it's pretty sad. If these guys want to get paid from Medicare and Medicaid and all these other insurance companies, they are required to move a patient every 11 minutes. How much can you get through to your doctor in 11 minutes?
Oh, it's even worse than that. These insurance companies go and deny treatments, and they don't give a reason. It's just denied.
Yep, we had an 84-year-old came into the office, and she's Medicare, and we tried to get an EKG covered for her, and they said because she never complained of heart disease or heart problems in her entire lifetime, they wouldn't cover an EKG. How much could an EKG cost? $20?
I have no idea.
Deny.
I know I need to get one, but I mean, it'll be out of my pocket though. So at least the insurance company cannot deny it because I don't have
I was
one.
denied a mammogram when I got my initial diagnosis. I got a PET scan covered, but they denied me a mammogram.
Wow.
Yep.
That's
bizarre.
You can't have a mammogram until you turn 50. I said, well, I have a known cancer diagnosis. I'm thinking I need a full workup. I'd like to have that done. Hello? Nope, sorry.
Never
Okay,
mind.
so can I pay cash? No, you can't pay cash. Do you realize you can't pay cash for stuff?
Oh shit! I did not know that.
No kidding, because most people wait for the insurance company to do it. Then you go to the doctor. Well, I'll pay cash. Well, no, you can't pay for that. If you wanted to go and pay for your CAT scan, they don't take cash. You can't. It has to go through insurance, or you don't get one.
That is fucking murder.
In the old days, if you had a hospital bill, there's really not a whole lot they can do about it. They don't have a goon squad. They're not calling you 24/7. They kind of take it on the chin. Now, under Obamacare, you get a lien put against your home, and if the lien sits there long enough, they come for your home. That hospital bill will be paid.
Well, I guarantee there will be deaths involved in that case.
The object is to stay well. You got to be like the goat. Make sure you got enough nutrition on board to come at injury, illness, stress, and infection. You got to have shields up in this world. You got to cover yourself for infection, injury, electromagnetic fields, Wi-Fi bullshit, chemicals, you name it. It is very difficult to walk on this world. There's a Dr. Thomas Levy. He wrote a book called Curing the Incurable, Infectious Diseases and Toxins. And I would encourage you all to get this book because it will show you how you can help yourself on a daily basis at the kitchen table, eating properly, and possibly a little supplementation where you can avoid, just like the goat, because remember, there are animals that live an entire lifetime in the wild and never need a veterinarian. Why do I need a doctor? I should be able to heal myself. Now, barring, injury and, an accident or, things of that regard, our bodies were designed to accommodate and negotiate. You don't see the animal kingdom coming in and say, Doc, I got fucking high blood pressure as a wildebeest. No, they figure it out. They get it done. They're not running around taking an Easter basket full of medication every morning. Now, I'm not, saying that medication isn't a good deal. It certainly does come in handy. But no medication was meant to be taken for a lifetime unless you're looking at something like insulin. But everything needs to be addressed. You don't take cholesterol medicine for a lifetime. And for people that are on drugs in their 40s and 50s and 60s will be robbed of their 70s and 80s because there's a double-edged sword that comes with drugs. And if you can move mountains with nutrition, why wouldn't you try?
That sounds like a fair point to me.
Does that sound crazy to anybody, or is it just me? I tell people all the time, I don't study disease. I'm a body mechanic. Your body came with a manual, and I don't care whether you're a Hugo or a Ferrari. You pull your shit into my garage, and I guarantee you when you pull out, you're going to be able to grow hair, heal a wound, poop on demand, sleep like a Viking, and have more energy than two parents could handle. And what did I do? I fed you.
I think I'm probably a Chevy.
I tell people all the time, it's not a doctor's office or a clinic, it's a funky-looking restaurant. And the body, in its divine wisdom and infinite grace, knows what to do with the tools. I'm just the Staples truck. I back it up, drop what it needs, and everything goes to work. I don't put anything in the body that isn't required on the list by God to run the body. Because again, I do this intravenously. It has to be exact. It has to be purer than pure. So that I can run this stuff without so much as fluttering an eyelash.
Yeah.
It's big guns.
Yeah, it is. It's also outside of my league. I mean, I'm thoroughly ignorant.
This is 21st century, looks a lot like nutrition and a lot less like drugs. Medicine really excels in the emergency setting, in the technology setting, in the diagnostics, but in the drug, in the pill world, it's just a whore.
It does suck on your savings, that's for sure.
There are drugs out there, for example, the blood thinner drugs, everybody that's got to take a blood thinner, that's about $600 to $800 a month, just that drug alone.
Oh, fuck, I just get a bottle of red wine.
Well, seriously, what are you supposed to do? Then, with that blood thinner drug, for example, when I had my heart attack, they had 6 drugs they wanted me to take. Well, I don't do drugs unless there's a party. If diet and lifestyle put me in that hospital bed, then diet and lifestyle is going to take me home. I don't have a clotting problem. I don't have arrhythmias. I don't have a cholesterol problem. I don't have hypertension. I threw a clot. Why would I want to start taking 6 medications now when one of them is $600?
Yeah, for that price, you might as well just buy a bottle of Merlot each week.
Here's the deal. I'd rather change my diet and my lifestyle, give my body what it requires to run properly, and if I'm going to hit the deck, I'd rather hit the deck with peas and carrots under my belt than a belly full of pills.
Is tuberculosis a curable disease in humans?
It can be, yes. We manage it. It generally takes about 18 months with major antibiotics, but then we have a really tough time cleaning the patients up from that kind of a drug regimen, but yes.
Yeah, I think they use.
I deer hunt up there in northern Michigan, and there's a big run of tuberculosis in the deer. It kills off a lot of their population, and I know when I got them out, if there are tuberculosis in the deer, which we haven't found any yet where we hunt, but I mean we have to return it in DNR. We're not allowed to keep that.
Yeah, I believe streptomycin is the drug used to treat tuberculosis.
We have bigger problems, honestly, with things like Lyme. I currently am treating a West Nile virus in my office. I just started with her about 6 weeks ago. It's really crazy. The types of people that come to my office are those that were thrown away by medicine and those that wouldn't go to traditional medicine for all the tea in China.
Yeah. My dad's wife had Lyme disease.
That Lyme is vicious. I'm telling you, between Pennsylvania and New Jersey, it is vicious. If
Yeah,
Lyme,
she caught it early and was on treatment for it for like over a year.
If Lyme were able to kill people, which it will do everything right up until the point of death to render you useless in the tertiary stages, it's all that would be talked about in the infectious disease community. But they're more interested in things like Ebola and AIDS because they definitely do take people off the planet. But people don't die of AIDS anymore. You know, people don't die of cancer anymore. They're dying from the treatment. If you could see the early years, we had a drug called amphotericin that we had to give our AIDS patients intravenously. That drug was so bad, they would literally ship in pumps to these guys' homes. You'd go into the home. First of all, the first 2 hours were spent pre-medding the patient so you could give them the drugs. Then you were on standby because this amphotericin given intravenously has the potential to cause grand mal seizures. So at all times that you're hanging this drug, which runs for 4 hours, you're on standby waiting for a grand mal seizure. And they had to do this every day.
So this shit could put you on the floor, and you'd have to remove all objects that you can collide with while having the seizure.
Yep. And we were doing this in home care because they would not have these guys in the hospital because their insurance companies wouldn't cover it. I'm telling you, the early 80s for the AIDS patients was medieval.
Yeah, wasn't it called the gay plague back then?
Oh yeah, they were trying to put it forward as the gay disease.
It was horrible. You had these guys, they were reverse mortgaging their homes. The cost of the treatment was exorbitant. And you can't imagine how sick we made these guys. I can't even begin to tell you.
Yeah, I guess the Hippocratic Oath is now the hypocritical oath.
Well, it's not like that anymore. These drugs have calmed down immensely. We found better ways to keep these guys supported through these treatments, and it doesn't seem to have the veracity that we were dealing with early on because we weren't quite sure how to contain it.
Welcome back, Art.
Yeah, there's a bit of an irony. HIV is used as a cancer treatment now.
Well, most cancers are considered to be virally loaded. They're a conglomeration of cells. And chemotherapy doesn't always attack it'll attack the bacterial portion of it, but it doesn't do a real good job with the viral load that comes with it. So there's why it really takes, it's a tough toll and why you have to give so much of this stuff to get this, conglomeration of stuff to start to die.
Yeah, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that
you're wrong.
The reason chemo even works at all is because the cancer cells have a faster metabolism than your healthy cells.
Chemo does work. People would think that I'm against chemo. I'm not against chemo. I'm more into a metered response. You know, you wouldn't drop a hydrogen bomb on the city of New York hoping to only get the rats. So the problem is when you go in for a regimen, some of these cancers are treated a little differently. Some people get once a month. Some people can only take a pill. But the devastation to the immune system is the same. But some people are getting, 5 and 6 consecutive weeks worth of either chemo or radiation. The devastation is the same for both treatments. Well, you got to be in Muhammad Ali shape for that. Not everybody's going to be able to run that gauntlet. So what if instead of getting somebody so sick that you can't give them another dose of chemo, send them home for a month, how about we slow it up? And instead of 5 days in a row, maybe we give it, once on Monday, once on Thursday, and slow roll you into it. There's no reason to say we have to make you so sick. But, some people, they'll, and you ask anybody that's taken chemo, they will do anything not to have to do that again. Anything, including die. That's how bad it is. This is no light gig. And trust me, most people are more afraid of the treatment than they are the disease. But I tell people all the time, chemotherapy needs to be used as your artillery. But you use a metered response. If you get into if you're speaking with somebody, you get into an argument, maybe you start to raise your voice. Then if it gets a little bit further, maybe you're going to pick up a vase and wing it at them. Maybe if it gets even a little further, you might start to swing if you're close enough. Maybe if it escalates a little further, you're going to get a knife. Maybe if it escalates a little further, you're going to go get a gun. But you just don't walk in with the gun.
Well, I don't know. I'm as far as I know, doctors are proposing this as the only effective treatment, and I would rather go straight away to the most effective treatment.
Knock yourself out. That's the beauty of it all.
Yep.
Knock yourself out.
No
But
kid
here's the
for
problem. Here's the problem, Art. We have a ton of cancers we don't have any treatment for. What would you suggest those people do?
Nothing.
Okay, there you go.
Or perhaps they could try maybe some experimental medicine that is supported by scientific evidence, but...
Well, here's my story, Art. Here's my story, dear.
Just a second. Hold on, I haven't finished. Hold on.
I am a cancer patient, and I was told to go home and get my affairs in order. There is no chemo for melanoma. It is aggressive. What was I supposed to do, go home and die? Okay, well, that was 16 years ago, Art. So I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
Hey, Michael, is there a cure for death?
There is no such thing as cure.
Oh, so you're saying that we should just do nothing? Oh, you're such a horrible
it's
person.
Called eradication.
That you should do nothing.
Eradication.
Right. Michael, my point is there are things that we simply cannot fix. That doesn't mean that we have to jump to untested, some long shot,
You are absolutely right.
Yeah, okay.
Nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Burn it with fire. Actually, ironically, that is a treatment that's being looked at.
You mean
not
laser?
literally burning it with fire. So cancer cells will die at a slightly lower temperature than healthy cells will. And I know that there's been studies to try to develop a bonding agent that will show up under specific kinds of scans that bonds to cancerous cells but does not bond to healthy cells. And what they can do is, using that binding agent, they're able to spot only the unhealthy cells and target them with a high heat laser that will kill it and not the cells around it.
That is cool.
That's called selective targeting, and that's exactly what the NIH ruled about vitamin C, and I posted that just above Dick Breath's last posting. The NIH is ruling that it will selectively kill cancer. Now, what does selectively mean? Selectively means that it will only kill the cancer cell and not the cell next to it. We already know that cancer hates vitamin C and oxygen, and if you flood the body with both, you stand a good chance of getting some shit done.
Michael, you just called him Dick Breath. You just dropped him.
Well, that's his name, honey. Do you see what he's called himself? What would you like me to call him?
That's the joke.
No
said
kidding.
jog chopper.
No,
I said
no
you should
kidding. No kidding. No kidding. So if you want to call yourself Dick Breath, I'll call you Dick Breath.
that was the
Let me
joke.
tell you, if he put his name up there as Mark Unoya, I'd call him Mark. But you know what? He didn't. He put his name up there as Dick Breath. So I guess I get to use it.
Yeah,
Trust me, I get the
that's what I
joke,
said. I
Art.
was a
I
joke,
get the
Marco.
joke, Art. I get it. I get it. We're good, honey. You just picked the wrong broad, Art. I don't know what to tell you, honey.
Jésus Christ. What time is it? 9 o'clock. Okay. At some point, I actually have to get the day rolling.
Well, sorry for the continued craziness and mayhem, but, you know, I'm a fighter. I don't take shit laying down.
I'm a fighter as well. I just have a different fighting style.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, everyone on here just wants a voice and opinion. I don't think anybody should take anything personally. So.
Well, when they call you by name,
we're just here for discussion.
Well, when they call you by name and insist on lumping you in with Von Helton and making up stories about homeopathy, it's enough already. I mean, seriously. I think if people have heard me enough to know that their impression of me is their impression. It has nothing to do with my reality. But I can't have people walking around listening to these people telling people I'm crazy. Has anybody heard a crazy thing out of me today? Do I sound rational?
At several points, you did not defend yourself rationally.
Well, that
I'll
doesn't
say
mean
that.
I'm not rational.
Well, just because you didn't say anything irrational today doesn't mean you didn't say anything, past.
I would say the same for you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But the thing is, there is a record.
Find something else to
You
talk about.
defending
Is that so
irrational
hard?
things.
Is that so hard? Do you have to keep picking on me?
I'm not picking on you.
Yes, you are. I heard you at the 1 hour, 30 minute, and 30-second mark. Go back and listen to yourself.
What did I do exactly as being
Go
justified?
back and listen. I've already tagged it.
I know, I
Go
said
back
it.
and listen. I'll be tagging it every time
I
you
know,
do it. Go back and
said
listen.
it.
I had
I
a
don't have to
$100
listen
bet.
it.
I had a
listened it.
$100 bet.
I listened to it. How is it picking what I said about you?
I think I should get some popcorn.
Go listen.
I'm hungry and I kind of want to make myself breakfast, but I'm also feeling really lazy. Decisions.
Milk and cereal.
Yeah, maybe. I've got this. I did it the other day and it was really tasty. It's just a bit more work than I usually put in for breakfast. Where I took pita bread, tomato, basil, and mozzarella, and then I cooked up 2 eggs and threw that on there with a little bit of balsamic dressing. And boy, oh boy, it was a filling and delicious breakfast.
Yeah, I have my niece do for me. She likes to cook. She'll make me breakfast burritos. So she'll take all the eggs, the sausage, bacon, whatever. She, scrambles it all up, wraps it up in a burrito shell, and then we freeze them. And then all I gotta do is take it out of the freezer and throw it in the microwave. They're better than a store bought because you put in whatever you want.
Unfortunately, I have no voluntary assistance in that regard. My wife rarely eats breakfast herself, so I hardly expect her to be making me some.
Well, make them yourself.
Yeah, I might.
I mean, you can only make your woman do so much.
I can't make her do anything. I can ask nicely and hope for the best.
Come on, khaki badge. You lose it? Have to.
I absolutely love my... Oh, goodness, weapon at risk. I love my wife. And I don't think I would have been happy with someone who was utterly compliant. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I was just kidding.
Hello,
I'm
other
a lazy
Scott.
short.
You're saying you're into S&M?
Real Scout?
Beg pardon?
Said they're not real Scout?
Well, I do consider myself the genuine article.
I was wondering if you were in the S&M or something.
Who, me?
Does anybody have mod rights to let the other Scott in?
Let me see. Nope. I think Simon might. And I imagine Art does. Simon?
Oops.
Is there a mean here? Fudge should have it.
Wrong one.
Looks like Nadia's awake. Good morning, Nadia.
Yeah.
What the hell, Fudd? What did I ever do to you?
It was a mistake. I hit the wrong Scott. And I'm not wearing my glasses, so the world is just a blur of color.
Did you put a World of Hurt on that vodka bottle, Fudd?
You know, when you add enough ice, it picks up all the volume in the glass. But actually, surprisingly enough, that vodka, even though I asked, the guy, what shelf was it on? It's like, third one down. I was like, okay. But it's actually pretty good.
Have you been drinking, Fudd?
I have.
I was going to say, you're starting to sound like it. What time is it where you are?
It is 9:16.
Oh,
Still
you're on my...
yesterday.
Oh, okay, you're on my time.
It's still yesterday.
But
Oh, wow.
I've been drinking since yesterday, yes.
I'm old. I have to go to bed at even by midnight on a weekend, I'm in bed. Whether I've been drinking or not.
I forget, are you in Maryland, Scott? Is that where you're at? Where are you at?
Connecticut.
Connecticut, okay. I knew it was over there somewhere.
Yeah, northeast.
Yeah, I started drinking yesterday at around 9.
I remember you saying you had a shitty day.
I have had a shitty week. I mean, seriously shitty.
I believe you. That's rough, man. I've had those.
Yeah, I had a grandparent die.
Oh. I don't even really want to think about that.
Yeah, it's been a rough week.
Dick.
I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Unless they were in ISIS or something.
I guess I kind of, I don't know what it is if I'm got Asperger's or something, but when people die, well, no, it's just when people die, it doesn't affect me. My father, my sister, anybody I've ever known, people I don't know, people die, it's like your shoe falling off. It doesn't bother me a bit.
Well,
it's weird because I care how people live and how people are treated, but I could care less if you're dead or not.
Well,
I don't know if that's Asperger's.
It's something screwed up in my head, that's for sure. So in a way,
definition.
But in a way, I'm glad because I don't have to go through what everyone else does. About when someone dies in the family, all that grieving.
What if maybe it was your daughter?
It wouldn't bother me.
Damn, Bob, that's cold, yo.
I know. I care, but I care how people live and how they're treated and how what their feelings are. But if they're dead or not, I don't know. Something happened back in my life, probably like a pet frog or something, and it just wired that section of my brain closed. Yeah, because my daughter goes to Haiti every year for missionary work for their church, and she was supposed to call, and she didn't call for like 3 days. So everyone's like, "Well, what if something happened? What if something happened?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know." And then I thought about it. Something could happen. It's like, but what are you gonna do? It didn't bother me.
Well, it affects me.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I'm kind of glad I am that way. But sometimes I don't know if I really would want to be able to feel that feeling.
Well, I was going to say it can be part of a defense mechanism. You're obviously attached. I'm obviously attached to the patients that I care for because nurses, unlike doctors, really do the one-on-one, put the time in, do what needs to be done in terms of the physical care that's been ordered. And it's very difficult, and sometimes you have to separate yourself from those patients so that, if God forbid when they do go, you're not feeling depressed, upset, and hurt all the time. I truly thought I would go into pediatrics my entire life until I did my first rotation, and it was like I couldn't do it. It was killing me, those poor kids. So I was like, holy smokes, I got to get out of that one because you'll go home crying every night.
My best friend, when he did his round through the NICU, he said never, never, ever, ever would he do the NICU. That first time you have to treat a kid who's HIV positive and addicted to heroin at birth, it's like,
Or, you have a baby born, has a triple heart defect. This was the first kid I got out of in my pediatric rotation. He has a triple valve problem. Triple valve. I forget the name of it now. It's a fancy name. But he's got a triple valve problem, so he's going to need a series of surgeries from now until probably his 3rd year of life. And, I get him as a newborn. He's not even a month old. We got every piece of equipment we own in that hospital on him. Well, you do a 6-week rotation. You're required to make a care plan for this baby, and everything from, what to do immediately in the hospital setting all the way up to discharge, how mother's going to care for baby at home, what stuff are they going to need, how does she need to be trained, blah, 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 including all emergency services they would have to provide for the child should they be at home and a problem arise. Well, I got the plan going. It's week 1, no parents. Week 2, no parents. Not even a phone call. Week 3, no parents. I'm like, what? I'm telling my instructor, these parents better not show up. I'm going to take this baby home. How do you not show up? How do you have a baby and you leave it in a hospital?
Yeah.
And never come for it. I went through the whole 6-week period. Those people never showed. Never called.
Yeah, Sparta had a much simpler plan. Just throw it in a pit.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, it's unbelievable.
Just do like they did with Palm, throw them in a dumpster, a baby dumpster.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at these really little ones, when you get these babies that are a pound, I mean, you're a hair step away of looking at something that could have been easily aborted. And they are able to get these kids to come around. It's amazing. But Jesus, these things are little. And that's why they call the IV team in, because we have to place these long lines through the umbilical cord, and that's what we're trained to do. And, you're looking at something that looks like less than a stewing chicken. I mean, you're looking at one of those little hens. just tiny. You couldn't put just the catheter alone would be the length of the child's arm. I mean, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible what they can do. But to see these little ones hooked up to all this stuff, and you have to be able to get to them, and you can't. You try to nurture them and hold them and sing to them and let them hear a heartbeat and feel the warmth of human flesh and all of those things that you need to do. It's just and then if you lose the baby, you're just done. If you're trying to help somebody at the end of life and they're in their 80s or 90s and they've lived a good life, and not too bad at the end, because there's no reason for anybody to die horribly. And if they are dying horribly and they're laying in bed and they can't roll over and nobody's feeding them and they got sores, well, that's neglect. And nobody needs to go like that at all. And I don't care what your disease is, even if it's just old age.
Yeah, people deserve to die with some dignity.
Absolutely. And I got tired of watching it. I couldn't do it anymore. So now people get the grace and the dignity that they deserve.
Yeah, my friend did home care for a while.
Patients do better at home. If you can set the world up, I tell people all the time, if you have to go to the hospital, it should be for an emergency or elective surgery. After that, you take your ass home and bring the world to your living room.
He's a PT, so it was sort of a fun job of getting to, go to people's homes and make them hurt.
Right. Physical terrorists, my mother used to call them.
I have to tell my friend that one. He would probably like that.
What's a PT? I'm not familiar, sorry guys.
Physical therapist?
Oh yeah. Fucking dominatrix on call.
They are, the good ones aren't gentle.
Well, that's what I paid for.
Because, especially like, I had knee surgery. You're not going to get back on your feet with someone who's being gentle.
Right. So I never experienced that. So the muscles basically degrade, right? They die
It's
out?
amazing how fast it atrophies.
Oh, fuck. See, it's weird because I'm a fat dude. I don't move much, but...
2 weeks, I think it was it 2 or 3 weeks post-knee surgery, they had me trying to stretch my knee down to a 90-degree angle. And at that point, it took me the better part of like a week and a half to actually be able to command my leg to lift up. Like, it wasn't even that the muscle had atrophied, my body had forgotten how to activate that muscle.
Damn. Fuck,
Yeah.
okay. Dang.
And then rebuilding the muscle took forever. And my PT was actually far too gentle, so I ended up going to my best friend. I'm like, dude, I am not getting into the condition I need to be in. So he put me through a routine. And by the end, I was leg pressing 250 pounds with my right leg alone.
Shit. Damn. Oh.
So when I went back for my final surgical follow-up, he was like, okay, yeah, the strength is back in that leg.
Damn, I cannot imagine this. Fuck. Oh. I'm just baffled.
Yeah, muscle atrophy and muscle deactivation are interesting phenomenon that you wouldn't think would happen.
Yeah, that's what it kind of sounds weird to me because I've never experienced this at all.
Have you ever had an injury that forced you to not use a body part for an extended duration?
Well, yeah, that's probably why.
It happens fast. Range of motion, I would say today I still have some loss of range of motion. I can't extend my knee to complete extension, and I can't retract it all the way as I can my other leg. And as far as I've been told, that's probably just never coming back.
Damn. Oh, what happened to you? What was the accident?
I was throwing someone in a judo throw, and they were supposed to go over my hip, and they got onto my hip and then slid down the side of my leg. So 240 pounds on the side of your knee, pop, pop.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. So that was quite the recovery. But it happened directly after I ran my first Tough Mudder, and by the next year I ran the Tough Mudder again, and did better than I did the year prior.
Damn. Good job, dude. Good job.
I mean, it's surmountable, but it's not going to be pleasant. For a while, I still needed to wear a knee brace on a regular basis because my knee would just get fatigued, and when it started getting fatigued, it wouldn't stabilize, and that put me at great risk of just re-injuring it.
Oh. Well, I'm glad at least everything is okay now, dude.
Oh, same here. The only thing that sucks still is kneeling. And that has less to do with the injury itself and more to do with the graft, because I got the you have 3 graft options for an ACL repair. They either the most common, which is what I got, is where they take a slice of your patellar tendon and they graft the new ACL with that. The other options are from the hamstring or a xenograft, but the hamstring and the xenograft tend to fail more readily or quicker than the patellar graft.
So you cannot kneel right now?
I can kneel. It just does not feel good. A combination of the nerve damage from the surgical incision and the fact that when they take that graft, they take just a little chunk of bone right off the patella.
Oh.
So it's, when you're kneeling on it, there's just that bit of bone there it just does not feel good. So it's actually an exercise I do most days, is just to sit and kneel for a while to try to get my body reacclimated. And I mean, it's certainly way better than it used to be. It used to be if I kneeled for any extended duration, I could barely stabilize myself when I stood up because it just hurt so much.
So if you're ever gonna be knighted by the Queen of England, you're gonna be very uncomfortable.
Nah, I'll go to my left knee, not my right.
All right.
I've got a good one still. Actually, to Scott's comments in the side chat, I find it far easier to hurt myself than to let someone else do it.
Yeah, I find the same thing. You can kind of prepare yourself for the pain, right? And you can kind of moderate yourself so it's not a shock.
Yeah, exactly. You brace yourself and grit your teeth and...
Right.
Just tough it out. But when I'm about to sit there and watch someone else do it, and you don't really know when it's going to happen, it's awful. I had another friend who actually blew out his ACL around the same time I did, but he was completely double jointed, so the entire treatment plan was very different. Because he blew out his other ACL, and as soon as he attempted to get the 90-degree bend in his leg, immediately blew the graft.
Ooh. Yeah.
So he ended up getting a knee brace, and it ended up being a very different recovery plan. Yes, anterior cruciate ligament. It's the most common ligament in the knee to go.
Don't you wish we have finally developed some cybernetic limbs?
We have those. It's called a total knee replacement.
Right. But I mean, completely, functional that you can literally control with your hand, with your mind, as if it was your real limb. That'd be cool. But I know they kind of made some progress with that, but it's not completely.
I mean, they do hook the total knee replacement up to the muscles in your body, and it activates it like a regular knee.
Right,
it's
but
not
you
like
have
they walk around with a peg leg.
Right. But you have to have some muscles still be there.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, yes, if you had to replace the entire leg, that's a different animal.
Right.
Oh, sure. Cybernetics are cool.
Oh, guys, did you actually hear about the first man? A Russian paraplegic dude has volunteered to be the first man to have a brain transplant.
Who's the other volunteer?
Oh, it's a dead body. something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, so they will cut his head off, right? The Russian dude, and they will put it on the dead man's body.
Oh yeah, the whole head transplant. Yeah.
Yeah, the surgery is going to be complete in 2017, I think, and the doctor is Italian, who's going to be doing this. He will have a huge team of I think 100 people or something, just a huge fucking team, and they're going to be gradually doing the operations.
I would say my biggest concern, first of all, the body is dead, so that's a concern. I'll just put that out there. Second
Well,
concern,
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, correct myself. I'm not actually sure if it is that. It's probably going to be maybe from a coma patient or something.
or someone who is brain dead but still vitals are functioning.
Right.
Also, our bodies have a nasty habit of rejecting everything that's not natural to it.
Right. Yeah, they did actually a similar sort of operation with a monkey a long time ago.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, even titanium, which is what we use for prostheses now, for like bone replacements, even though the body initially integrates it well, I believe even then the body will eventually reject it.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know how they plan to treat him for that. But yeah, they apparently are trying to do this, and the only other example of such operation is a monkey transplant. A few scientists transplanted a head of a monkey onto another monkey body. I think it was a chimpanzee. But what happened is that although the monkey lived, right, it was yelling all the time, and the hypothesis is that the brain chemistry, right, the sort of chemical balance in your brain, is going to be sort of, essentially disbalanced because it's a different body, it's a different, different connections, different, volumes of, the chemicals, and so eventually you basically go crazy.
Yeah,
which is
I
what
mean,
happened to the monkey.
there is some interesting things that occur. There have been some cases of people who were born or very, very early in development lost a sense, such as hearing or sight, and when it was returned, many, many, many years later, it's difficult for us to even fathom how they see and hear. So much of our ability to process what we see is dependent on our initial formative years. And once the brain has sort of passed those formative years, it doesn't develop those pathways like God, I'm trying to think of like some of the stuff like they don't see shapes. Like people who got their eyesight late in life don't see shapes the way we do.
Interesting.
Like,
is there any experiment? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the entire way they process hearing, visual information, and there was like someone who got their hearing late in life was absolutely like terrorized because they were hearing things that we don't even notice anymore. Our brains were trained at a young age to filter out these noises that are always ambiently around us and we just don't notice, like your own heartbeat. And she couldn't filter any of that and was like absolutely like living in like terror.
Holy shit. See, you don't realize this, yeah, because I thought it's just gonna be like a normal thing, oh yeah, you're just gonna
now you see.
Yep, now I do. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I kinda noticed that we have these sort of filtering mechanisms. I think it's my personal sort of idea is that white noise? When you have a noise in the background and your brain kind of adapts to it and you just don't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the brain essentially produces the noise somehow in your ears to mask it. Because when I, for example, go from my ventilator that has been going for hours and I get used to it, when I switch it off and come to a different room, I can sort of still hear it.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of like the ringing effect after like a loud concert.
Right. Or when somebody has a TV switched on for a long time, it becomes sort of a white noise to me. But even though it is switched off, and I come into the room, I still hear. I still like hear some voices. Yeah, Bob.
Is Nadia starting a new room?
I don't know.
She disconnected.
Yeah, she dropped out about 3 minutes ago.
I'm gonna try and call her on Skype, but usually she doesn't pick up when she's asleep.
Well, how many people are in here? I can't.
9.
We have 9.
Hold just jumped out, so Nadia should be able to get right back in.
Yeah, well, she dropped out a couple minutes ago, and she hasn't come back in yet. That's why I was wondering if she just started a new room. I
don't know. It's pretty early.
See how long this one's been running.
I think this room started at 4 a.m. So this room started at 4. So I mean, it's still got 2.5 hours almost.
Yep, no luck, guys, no luck. I think she's disconnected from the internet.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, there is.
I wonder if her phone died or something.
Yeah, was that a Scooby-Doo impression?